Shadows swept in. Masked attackers surrounded the group. Chaos crackled in the air, blood scent mingled with fear. A wounded man lay gasping, watched anxiously by a girl, while only one soul dared face the three assailants. Sword clenched with trembling hands, worry flickered in his chest. He wondered if he could ever outmatch the enemy without more allies at his side. Out of nowhere, a young man burst forth and lunged at a villain, knocking the masked man's weapon clattering to the ground with a sharp, ringing sound. Camouflaged men, voices dripping with disdain, demanded to know who he thought he was, their words slicing the air like daggers. An ordinary 8-year-old boy, skipping past with muddy sneakers, rescued them from disaster. His small hands shooed away a tragedy that could never be undone. 100 years ago, 4 figures knelt around a wounded man, hands trembling, as they tried to help Master Adelfus, who had shielded one of them. Nearby, a creature named Dion whispered enchantments, weaving healing magic into the air. Though wounded deeply, the master clenched his jaw and masked the pain, not wanting guilt to flicker in the eyes of the one he'd defended, yet blood kept streaming, and worry crept into the creature's trembling breath. With the scent of burnt herbs swirling, the student pressed on, hands trembling as the magic seal shimmered and he healed torn flesh. But the mother only whispered, "Could the monstrous catastrophe return from the grave?" One of the students murmured, voice quivering, that no sign of resurrection could ever appear. After all, the master had wiped him from existence with a single sweep of magic. To distract Adelfus from the burning ache in his veins, the young man insisted the mentor had never shown him this spell, hinting it was too soon to part ways. Adelfus only managed a weak chuckle. "Just improvised magic," he replied. The master softly added, "If someone ever witnesses this magic just once, its secret becomes theirs to summon again." But the young man recoiled, his voice tense, asking the master to stop. Milt, a young mage with quick hands and a restless heart, seized every chance to speak with the master, his talents many, his resolve unbreakable, his spirit bright, so the master shared every magical secret he'd ever learned. Among the crowd, Zenobia stood, small in stature, heart pounding at any whisper of ghosts. Yet one day she would grip the sword of holiness, flames in her eyes, and become the fiercest of warriors. Dion, the healer, worked with swift, gentle hands and the scent of cool spring water around him, a master so gifted they called him the cherished child of the water god. Regina. Her name spoke of queens, and she carried herself like a true hero, strong and fearless, yet tears traced her cheeks now, her emotions spilling out in trembling whispers, just like everyone else's. The mentor's eyes sparkled with pride as he said goodbye, promising his students they could brave any storm alone, his voice warm, steady, a quiet breeze whispering all would be well. Yet Dion, heart pounding, clung to hope, insisting they still needed him near. Words failed him, but thoughts of his students, now grown, strong and true, danced in his mind. He trusted they would carry hope forward, their footsteps echoing good in a world without his guiding voice. With eyelids gently closed, Adelfus felt the silent tears of others rolling down his cheeks, and in the soft hush he thanked fate, a resting place blessed by loyal students, and the scent of candle wax whispering he'd lived a wondrous life. Once, in a world far from this one, whispers rose, voices like those of former students bidding farewell, blessing Mr. Adelfus for his tireless devotion, the sound lingering like incense in the quiet air. Boots echoing between grand stone columns, he called out to the unseen, voice trembling, "Who am I? Where is this place?" A gentle warmth filled the air as a melodious voice replied, "Before you stands a radiant, kindly goddess." Though unseen, her voice drifted through the air. Because of his human heart, Adelfus had conquered the catastrophe, and now she came to honor his triumph and welcome him as the new god, incense swirling in celebration. With curiosity glimmering in her voice, The goddess asked if he carried any unfinished business or regrets. Adelf paused, heart thundering, the honor of becoming a god swirling around him like incense in the quiet air. For 120 years, the old man breathed in sweet life, claiming with a smile and twinkling eyes that he regretted nothing. He left no children, but his beloved students flourished, bright as spring mornings. After a long, pensive silence, the man sensed an invisible thread tying him to the world. Turning to the goddess, he asked softly if the beast, his life's sacrifice, was truly gone forever. The goddess explained that the cataclysm monster served as an apostle of God himself, making its destruction no ordinary feat. Her words struck the man like a cold wind, leaving him breathless with awe. Bitter despair welled up inside Adelfus. Years of toil and dreams now seemed pointless, yet the girl whispered how remarkable his feats were, that an ordinary man could shape so much from the clay of his days. Softly, the goddess told him the disaster monster would soon sleep, its menace fading for now. Gently, she suggested they talk about the rest when he became a god, but the man reeled. His heart refused to accept her words. The beast of catastrophe, a true enemy to mankind, but that's not enough to say. For Adelfus, destroying it was his sole purpose, all 120 years of life spent chasing that smoky scent of battle, yet the creature outlasted him, slipping into slumber, leaving him restless and haunted. With a determined spark, Adelfus turned to the goddess, ready to bear his true wish. A sweet scent of hope drifted as the girl's eyes lit up. At last, all his attention belonged only to her. When the man called to the goddess, she shimmered into view and gently asked if he had chosen divinity. To the girl's astonishment, he longed for godhood with a single purpose, destroying the monster sowing ruin. A hint of embarrassment flickered across the goddess's face as she paused, her voice gentle yet edged with warning about certain limits. Adelfus, puzzled, leaned in and softly pleaded for her to explain. A catastrophic monster, a fallen god, cursed and monstrous, yet still shimmering with divine power, moves with the weight and sense of something once worshipped, its aura humming with undying forbidden strength. When God's power crashes into an equal force on earth, even the divine must falter. That's why gods, wary of open battle, weave their will through trembling mortal hands. Memories stirred as one student, Dion, was always whispered to be water god's own favorite. The goddess murmured that Oedipus had truly caught the heart of her meaning. The goddess noticed how each apprentice had a secret patron. Regina carried the gentle touch of the sacred goddess. Milk basked in the whispers of the god of magic, and Zenobia moved with the sharp blessing of the sword god. As the goddess spoke of Adelphus's students, a gentle smile blossomed on her lips. She confessed he was her favorite, and surprise flickered in the man's eyes, warm and bright as sunlight through leaves. A blush warmed her cheeks as she cleared her throat, then soft as a breeze, she added that Adelfus would be better off born again, not as a god but simply as a human. Yet there were 3 conditions for this too, and the man, curiosity tightening his voice, asked what exactly they were. The first rule demanded that after being reborn, he must never defy the gods. The second insisted that by the end of his next life, he must become a true god. Adelfus accepted both with a steady nod, heart pounding like thunder. With a voice soft as velvet, the goddess wove her third condition, gentle as a mother's warning, her words a sheltering embrace meant to shield her beloved child from unseen harm. Before his rebirth, training awaited him in the heavens. Without careful preparation, no disaster beast could be defeated. Yet if it made him stronger, he welcomed fate's plan, his voice steady as falling rain. As the goddess swung open the radiant gates, her voice echoed, a warning. Time flows differently here than on earth, and before rebirth, he must awaken every hidden power within his soul. Ever since then, Adelfus poured every heartbeat into training with the gods. Time stretched endlessly around him, swirling so vast and silent he lost all sense of how many ages had slipped past. Centuries later, a boy named Will Worms, just 8 years old and a distant descendant of Adelfus Vermis, stood in a quiet house, gazing intently at something only he could see. While washing windows, the boy lifted the veil of mystery, his words flowing like water as he described how memories of his past life awoke within him 8 months ago, on his very 8th birthday. A fragrant memory of the goddess's quiet warning drifted through him. An apostle must carry himself with dignity. Now he walked as a servant of God, a living echo of the apostle from the girl's stories. A spark of resolve flared in Will's chest. If he began training now, when disaster struck again, he would stand ready, stronger not just in skill, but armed with the secret God's ways still humming in his veins. As the boy shared how he managed training and chores, the youth suddenly pounced, snapping that Will had spent far too long tidying up, his voice crackling in the charged air. Among the tall reeds, Danan, heir to the Worms family, stood proud at 15, with Ivan, 12-year-old scion of the line, at his side, both exchanging glances and mocking Will in harsh, bitter whispers. Mystery coiled in Will's mind. How could a worm family tree sprout from his past life when he'd never had children? The boy, untouched by accusation, quietly promised he'd finish cleaning soon and leave. Sons of Adelfust's cousin boasted of newfound nobility, their voices puffed up though they'd done little to earn it. Young Deanne bristled every time their haughty eyes swept over him. Danan treated the boy harshly, his mere presence grating like metal on stone. While ordering him about, Danan never missed a chance to remind Will that nothing would ever change for him in this house. Each man pushed himself to the limit, intent on proving his dominance to the boy, ignoring even the servants who stood frozen nearby, eyes wide as arguments crackled through the tense air. A man from the worm house stopped Mr. Dane, his voice trembling as he warned that if he continued, Mr. Will would face a death soaked in agony. Unmoved by the servant's words, the young man firmly told him never to call Will master. The thought of placing them on equal ground sent a chill of frustration through Danan. Danan burned with the wish for Will to vanish forever, but Will, untouched and unconcerned, moved to end the ritual quickly so the servants wouldn't worry for nothing. He let him follow his wildest whims, trusting that once the storm passed, calm would settle and everything would find its end. With a shimmering shield flickering over the face, just where Danan aims his strike, there's a quick sideways pull, body snatched from harm in a heartbeat. In the next instant, the boy's body floated upward, yet Danan had nothing to do with it. This was Will's own careful plan, sure to douse the artist's fiery spirit with a shock of awe. Groaning with imagined pain, the boy put on a show. Danan basked in his strength, while Ivan praised his brother, calling him unbeatable, their laughter echoing through the sun-warmed air. With a swagger, the older brother kicked over the bucket, water splashing onto cold stone, his laughter echoing in the hall. The younger commanded the mess cleaned, and Will bowed low, promising swift obedience. Footsteps hurried over. Servants gathered around Will, worry laced in their voices. But to everyone's shock, the boy stood untouched, not a scratch on him. The man who had tried to shield Will stared in disbelief, asking how such a thing could be. Will grinned and shared that his father taught him how to fight. Thanks to those lessons, even after rough skirmishes with the boys, he walked away untouched, leaving the servants both surprised and secretly relieved. The servants, recalling the fierce spirit of Mr. Claudia and Mrs. Maria, both martial artists, instantly realized, from their son, such fire was only natural. A protest trembled on the boy's lips, but the man, desperate to help, suggested they finish the work. Surely the owner wouldn't return. The boy hesitated until someone pleaded softly, "Think of your child's health, please." Gentle care filled the man's voice as he urged Will to rest. worried that hard work would consume him. Not long after, a distant call echoed through the trees. Someone was calling Will's name. Into the room burst Soraya, Will's younger sister, riding her favorite rune. Laughter bubbled as her brother wrapped her in an embrace and asked if she'd behaved. She nodded with a mischievous smile. After giving his pet a warm scratch, Will gently patted its head, murmuring that it, too, was a fine fellow, his voice soft as velvet, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. Gratitude warmed Will's voice as he thanked the woman who always cared for his little sister. The old lady beamed, her hands fluttering, saying she did it gladly. After all, that girl was the child of Mr. Kluge and Mrs. Maria. Magic lingered in the air as she remarked that Mr. Cluzio was no ordinary man. Brilliant, breathtakingly gifted and born to lead, extraordinary in every move he made. Another maid, dust swirling at her feet, said life would be easier if Mr. Kluge owned the house. But the woman silenced her with a sharp look and a clipped word, tension crackling in the air. Wrinkled hands clutched her apron as the old woman warned, "Careful with your words. Nothing ever escapes the master." The girl whispered an apology, and at the window, a memory of their parents lost 2 years ago floated in on silent wings. Whispers swirled around, stories of his father and uncle locked in a silent war for the family's crown. In the end, the uncle wed a powerful bride, his grip tightened, and the boy's father was banished to a distant estate. My father fell defending his people from magical beasts. Now his grave stands, flowers swaying, its stone etched with our estate's name and the words, "Here rests a remarkable leader." With heavy hearts and tired feet, the children left that place behind, returning to their uncle's house, where the wise old worm king took them under his gentle care. Inside these walls, Will and Saria labor endlessly, stomachs aching from hunger. Memories of his past life flicker in Will's mind, yet he refuses escape. He cannot abandon his little sister to this fate. Some of us wondered, if his former students discovered who he truly was, would they greet him with awe, disbelief, or a hush that crackles in the air like a secret just revealed? After their mentor's death, his students formed the Council of Sages, whispered to rule from candlelit rooms, guarding against monsters' return, steering a power that even shadows the king in the church's hallowed halls. 100 years back, the students of Adelfus were only 20, so it's no wonder some still walked the earth. When the boy asked how to contact the founders of the Council of Wise, the man sighed and said even their mentor couldn't reach them. Yet the servant hinted, if the children entered the hero's school and proved themselves with passion and brilliance, a faint hope might flicker, the chance to join the sacred mission. A school, the boy wondered, puzzled. The man leaned closer, his cloak rustling softly, then revealed that the Council of Sages had created it to shape a new generation of heroes. The old woman confessed that the entrance exam was tough, sharp with tension, but if Will could pass and enter the school, all costs would vanish, and the children could breathe easy, living side by side in the dormitory. With a warm smile, the woman said that even if the hero school remained a distant dream, hope never faded. There were still entrance exams at the Sages' Academy or the School of Night Sentinels, where paths crackled with possibility. Lost in thought, the boy breathed in the dust of old tomes and memories, sensing that both the Sages' Sanctuary and the Knight's Halls were always for the chosen few, now just backup dreams, until a voice snapped him out of his haze. Whispers flickered through the halls. Servants had caught snippets of the woman's conversation with the boy, so a man asked if the master would take the hero school exam. Another maid chimed in, sure the boy would breeze through selection. Awkwardness prickled across Will's skin as he realized the exam wasn't his real worry. First, he had to quiet his racing thoughts and decide if this challenge was worth the leap at all. The boy asked if there were age limits. The man replied that usually there aren't any, but all sentient beings are humanoid, and the scent of age lingers differently for each race, their lifespans shaped by blood and bone. In the school of heroes, laughter of the young mingles with the steady footsteps of the wise, as both fresh-faced students and seasoned souls gather to learn side by side. Will wrestled with doubt, wondering how to get the head of house's permission to take the exam. Certain Dan and Ivan might try to stop him, but the man's calm voice soothed Will's racing thoughts like rain easing hot stone. The servant declared that only the applicant's own consent was needed, even a child's, for admission. No one dared defy the missionary organization at the helm, for this rule had been crafted to shield against outside pressure. The man promised the servants would slip the forms to the boy without raising suspicion, and Will, heart thudding with unexpected hope, felt a flutter of excitement at their boldness. Problem solved, Will glanced at the freshly gleaming window and noticed how long he'd lingered. Sunlight danced on glass, stirring him. Time to get moving, he thought, inhaling the crisp scent of day. With a voice trembling like morning dew, he asked the servants to care for his little sister again. They nodded, their words warm and steady, promising he could trust them without hesitation. Will glanced at his sister, asking her to behave, while he winked at their pet, urging it to watch over its tiny mistress like a silent guardian. Once goodbyes whisper through the air to Surya and Rune, we hurry away, footsteps light, hearts fluttering, a new adventure already calling us onward. Out in the bustling crowd, hunger gnawed at the boy as he drifted past chattering voices and the smell of baked bread. He longed to catch a bird for dinner, just so his sister's stomach wouldn't ache tonight. At the corner of the neighboring house, we found the perfect spot, an empty doorway whispering silence, with the castle walls looming nearby, ancient stone breathing its cold scent into the dusk. Near the stone wall circling the castle, Will wondered if he could leap high enough to clear it. Magic tingled in his calves, waiting for his focus, as autumn leaves whispered along the old stones. With a swift leap and heart racing, the boy scaled the wall unseen, the scent of damp stone in the cool night air, while the nearby guard, lost in dreams, snored softly in his post. Landing silently, Will rolled to his feet and slipped into the shadowy forest, heart drumming with triumph. He hadn't a single scratch, proof that the god's ruthless training had forged his every move. Reaching his destination, he lifted his eyes and caught the flash of a bird soaring high. Hunting it was his task. With a small stone in hand, he steadied himself, magic tingling, gathering in his thumb. As soon as his eyes locked onto the target, tension coiled in his muscles and magic tingled in his fingertips. In one smooth motion, Will hurled the stone, air slicing, and the duck spiraled down, feathers scattering. As Will collapsed, catching a whiff of feathers and earth, he noticed the duck already vanquished. Hunting, he realized, was the perfect chance to hone his skills. And he pictured his little sister's delight at the savory bird he'd bring home. A sudden shout tore Villa from his thoughts. A clash erupted nearby, sharp voices tangled in the air, thuds and hurried scuffles echoing like the start of a heated quarrel. Clashing steel rang out nearby, proof of a fierce battle. The girl beside the wounded warrior fumbled nervously to help, while a lone swordsman braved 3 enemies, moving like a shadow between sparks and cries. Unease crept up the man's spine, doubt gnawed at him, for enemy shadows swelled before him, outnumbering him many times, their footsteps drumming louder with every heartbeat. Spinning toward her, he urged the girl to run and escape the looming danger, but she stood firm, voice unwavering, insisting no one would heal the team if she left, her resolve as fierce as the crackle of battle nearby. Their rivals wanted just that, the man replied, so he chose not to resist, hoping his stillness might make them pause, if only for a fleeting moment, as tense silence hummed between them. From the shadows, we watch as the girl pleads with a teammate, her voice trembling in the charged air. If their scheme works and she can't heal anyone, no victory or comfort awaits, only uneasy silence. Eyes narrowed, the boy studied the brave warrior. This was no man to flee, Yet under the clash of three foes and the rattling ring of steel, even his courage looked close to crumbling. 9 still forms lay near, fallen companions of that man. Cries from the crowd urged the girls to heal them, while Will's mind raced, puzzled by the enemy's stillness. Why hadn't they struck to stop their escape? Yet suspicion lingered. Things were never so simple. In the next breath, the girl cheering her team cried out, struck hard from behind, caught in a blow she couldn't hope to dodge. In a rush of pounding footsteps, the man darted in, shielding the frightened girl with trembling arms, yet trouble still hung in the air, thick and unyielding, far from any happy ending. A sudden blow to his back from an attacker sent pain shooting through him. No time left to shield himself or his team, desperation curled in his chest. He knew, without a doubt, he needed help. Will's eyes clung to the man wavering in the heart of battle, sweat and blood mixing in the air, as if a pack of wolves had cornered a lone, growling bear beneath a bruised, stormy sky. He begged the girl to leave, his words trembling in the air. Surely the capital was near, a healer could get help, but she stood firm, unmoved, her resolve as unyielding as stone. With fierce certainty, the warrior urged her to run. This was the only way for them all, his voice firm, echoing through the mist. The healer swallowed her doubt, turned, and fled without looking back. Amid the chaos, a man stood his ground, shielding the wounded as shouts echoed, and danger crept closer, while the girl, tears blurring her vision, dashed away, desperate to find help. Enemy eyes caught the healer's frantic dash toward the capital. Realization flickered, and they moved in silence through the shadows, plotting a sudden ambush from behind. Deflecting another fierce attack, the man called out through the clash of swords, urging the girl to trust him, her only hope of reaching the city where her dreams waited. A shiver ran up the girl's spine. Spinning around, she caught the whisper of danger, just as an enemy lunged at the warrior from behind, exactly as the doctor had warned him. Before anyone could blink, Will, restless from watching injustice unfold, surged forward, the air sharp with tension, and with a single thundering blow knocked the assailant off his feet just as he lunged for the warrior. Neither the man nor the girl expected this. Caught off guard, they stared wide-eyed at the boy who had appeared from nowhere, footsteps crisp, air tinged with his scent, bringing sudden hope. Dust rose as one opponent crumpled to the earth, unable to rise. Determination glinted in the boy's eyes. He lived to help those who had fallen, always ready to reach out a steady hand. Although the meaning of it all slipped past him, Will, stirred by what he'd seen, chose to stand with the few and lend his help. At once, the man asked in a low voice who this boy truly was. With a shy smile, Will simply said he was just an ordinary 8-year-old boy passing by, not one for boasting as laughter and spring air danced around him. Breathless, he rushed to tell the girl she could stop looking over her shoulder. Now she could focus on healing those fighters who had collapsed, their breaths shallow, blood thickening the air. With calm assurance, Will promised there was nothing to fear. Soon, no one would stand in their way. Just then, a foe lunged at him, footsteps pounding, but faltered and stumbled, failing to even touch the boy. With a surge of courage, Will seized the attacker's wrist, twisting and slamming him to the earth. His voice rang out steady and fierce. No one would come near the girl while he stood guard. Enemy after enemy crumpled beneath the boy's furious charge as he dashed to save the townsfolk from the bandits. The gang leader stared in disbelief, his men falling to one small boy. In a heartbeat, as the leader looked away, Will lunged, his weapon slicing through the mask with a sharp crack that echoed in the cold air. With a sharp crack, the mask shattered on the skull, scattering splinters, and Will's blow knocked a tooth from his enemy's snarling mouth. As soon as the boy finished with the leader, the clash of swords and shouts from the other side reached his ears, sharp and urgent in the smoky air. A sharp glance caught the man slicing through his opponents, moving with swift, silent precision, the scent of sweat and adrenaline swirling around him. Binding his defeated foes, the warrior murmured his thanks to the boy, saying he'd been a true help. Will just grinned, the scent of iron in the air, and replied he'd always stand by his team. Modest thanks matched the boy's quiet heart. He didn't know he'd done anything remarkable. Nearby, he watched the girl carefully tending a wounded man, her gentle hands bringing hope. Sweat shimmered on the healer's pale face, exhaustion heavy in her every breath, so he offered to help, but she shook her head, voice trembling, refusing any care for herself. Scanning her friend's battered forms, the girl knew she couldn't spare a moment. Urgency filled her chest as she rushed to aid those who lay helpless, unmoving, beneath the heavy scent of earth and fear. Uncertain footsteps approached. The boy returned, knowing the healer could not bear this alone. "Tell me what's wrong," he asked softly, and as he reached out, his palms burst into radiant golden light, making her eyes widen in awe. Arms outstretched, he chanted mysterious words that shimmered in the air, sending hope and healing through the battlefield to every wounded fighter. When the spell was cast, a great seal shimmered on the earth, swallowing the scent of blood and the fallen warrior's last breaths within its silent depths. Wonder and admiration lit the faces of the man and girl as they watched the boy, so young, yet his power blazed like a wildfire. Will, lost in focus, soon saw the same seal flicker into his eye, mirroring Earth's ancient mark. The boy kept whispering, and those around him glowed like tiny fireflies, yet instead of burning out, they brimmed with fresh energy and the electric pulse of life itself. Gazing at her hands, the healer gasped in wonder. The wounds had vanished, warmth humming beneath her skin as strength surged back and sweet relief colored the air around her. Warriors sprawled nearby lay with eyes gently closed, their breaths steadier now. The girl noticed color returning to their cheeks and a quiet strength gathering beneath their still forms. Fingers trembling as he brushed over his healed skin, the man admitted it was a miracle. The boy's gift had sheltered the team, mended every wound, and breathed life back into broken bodies. Wide-eyed, the girl marveled at the scene, her voice trembling as she asked the boy how he had healed everyone without laying a single hand, disbelief dancing in the air between them. Will pointed out that with steady training, the girl could find success too. Memories of Dion, a student once crushed by a healer's careless words, drifted in. Doubt lingered, yet hope could still take root. With a soft laugh, Will recalled how he had mastered the art from the very instant he first learned its secrets, pride flickering in his eyes. Catching confusion in her eyes, the boy paused, a nervous laugh escaping his lips, and gently asked her not to take his words too much to heart. The man beside him spoke warmly, reminding everyone how he'd healed each teammate with gentle hands and steady words. Now they saw him as their savior, a hero in the hush of gratitude. Pausing, the man offered a reward, coins clinking gently in his palm. The boy shook his head, the scent of rain in the air, and quietly said he wanted nothing. Spinning around, he told the team, "You don't owe me a thing," then wished them safe travels home, and with a gentle wave, let the farewell hang in the evening air. As he turned to leave, the girl, puzzled and breathless, called out after him, her voice trembling in the cool night air. "What's your name?" The team didn't even know the name of their rescuer. Darting away, Will tossed over his shoulder, "I don't deserve such honor!" The man and girl stood rooted, the echo of his words swirling in the evening air, still unsure what extraordinary boy had just passed before their eyes. Soon, we'll set out to hunt, laughter echoing through the trees, and return home with the scent of wild grass clinging to our clothes and a handful of birds swinging from his back. Boots drummed against the earth as the boy broke into a run, heart pounding. He could feel someone shadowing his every move. No matter how fast he sprinted, the presence never faded, only pressed closer. With footsteps still echoing behind him, Will halted, his voice steady, as he called for the hidden watcher to step from the shadows and reveal their face. A rustle flared up in the bushes, sharp and urgent. Dropping his catch from aching shoulders, the youth braced for attack, yet before him appeared a creature that smelled of damp moss and moved quietly, not frightening, not even threatening, just strangely gentle in the gathering dusk. Eyes glued to the odd chase, we puzzled over why a slime-like creature, wet and glistening, slithered and squelched after him with a hungry persistence. The slippery creature swayed energetically from side to side, squelching for attention, yet the young man still couldn't fathom why this odd beast clung to him so stubbornly. The slime halted, eyes fixed keenly on Will, who stumbled over his own heartbeat. Was it longing to join him on his journey, drawn by a silent promise in the evening air? With a hopeful glance, the boy asked if the creature wished to stay. It nodded eagerly, and without a second thought, Will welcomed his slippery companion, whispering for it to hide in his clothes where no one would notice. The slime, quiet as a whisper, obeyed at once, slipping beneath his shirt as the man spoke. The boy blushed, eyes lowered, expecting it somewhere else, while now the shirt swelled oddly across his chest. Some might wonder how such a creature came to walk at the boy's side. After all, even in a city where heroes strolled with monsters, he was only 8, and his step still carried the scent of childhood. Turning on his heel, Will strode straight to the Worms family stables, drawn by the scent of hay. His little sister's laughter often echoed there, mingling with the soft whicker of horses. Only Will called the stable home so familiar with straw and warm horse breath that he found comfort there, gently stroking the horses and with a soft laugh, asking if they'd been well behaved. Hooves echoed through the dawn as the younger sister rode into the stable on her favorite steed, the scent of hay swirling, an elderly maid trailing close behind, gentle hands always ready to care for her. Warm arms lifted his sister, Will's voice trembling as he asked if she was all right, her scent of summer grass lingering, though she was meant to be with Grandma, miles and memories away. With a gentle voice, the woman apologized to the boy, explaining that today, Saria longed to spend time with her brother, so she asked him to wait by the stable. Determination flickered in the boy's eyes. They would go, find Saria's sister, and uncover the truth, the air alive with promise and silent questions. Blushing softly, the girl lowered her gaze, cheeks warm as she asked Will, her voice barely above a whisper, if he'd mind her spending time with her brother. Will thought for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Of course, that's fine." Will apologized, his voice tremulous, for his little sister's constant antics, but the old woman just smiled, warm as fresh bread, promising that watching the girl was never a burden, and she'd gladly come again tomorrow. Disheartened by what she heard, the girl's sorrow clung to her like a cold mist, while the boy, brushing past the woman, murmured he would never set foot in the stable this late again. Soft snouts nudged him, animals circling with restless sniffs, but his gaze clung to his little sister's troubled face. He leaned in, gently asking if something had gone wrong. A burst of sharp barking erupted from Rune. He darted forward, tail high, nose twitching, shoving between brother and sister as he sniffed Will with wild intensity, leaving Saria startled and Will baffled by his pet's strange behavior. Something under his shirt writhed so feverishly that it suddenly burst out, leaving the boy stunned and gasping as cool air brushed his skin. Will watched as the dog chased the poor slime, its jiggly body quivering with every bark until Will swooped in, gently shielding the creature and whispering for his pet to leave it be. Slime glistened before Saria's eyes. First came surprise, a spark of shock, but soon warmth replaced it. Fascination danced in her gaze as she fell in love with the creature, soft and jiggling like sweet jelly. With her new friend in her arms, the girl pressed her cheek against him, whispering how adorable he was. Slime thrilled under her gentle touch, but as Saria squeezed him tighter, he began to shift and swirl in her embrace. Delight sparkled in the boy's eyes as his sister hugged their new friend, but he warned her, "Keep this creature a secret." The girl, squeezing the slippery form, vowed to guard their secret forever. Remembering why the boy had left the city, they invited his sister to lunch. Fresh sandwiches nearby, smelling of homemade care, lovingly prepared by the woman who watched over her. Grateful for the mouth-watering meal cooked on the handmade stove, the younger sister thanked Will. In return, he warmly thanked her for her gentle help, laughter fluttering between them like the aroma of fresh bread. Freshly changed, the boy suddenly remembered a blanket in the stable. Their cherished pet fetched it, gently covering the sleeping girl while her brother fretted over Saria, afraid she might shiver from the night's chill. Curled up against the dog's warm, gentle fur, the little sister felt no trace of cold. She smiled softly, her eyelids fluttered shut, and she slipped into a sleepy dream as the hush wrapped around them. Nestled beside his sister, Will softly asked what weighed on her heart. Had their new father scolded her, or had she been up to any mischief while he was away? Saria hugged the blanket tight, sadness blooming on her face, the scent of linen mingling with quiet dread. Her brother would soon leave for the academy, and the thought of his absence pressed heavily on her heart. Will had no idea his little sister was upset. A sweet scent of chamomile from her room drifted past as he wondered if the servants had whispered to her about his dream of hero school. Gentle words calmed Saria as the boy promised there was nothing to fear. Once he entered the academy, she and Run would be right by his side, the scent of hope sweet in the air, though doubt still clouded her heart. Wrapping his arms around his little sister, Will chased doubt away with warmth in his voice, curious how hard Saria would study at the academy. She clung to his words and promised to give her all. Warm sunlight spilled across the room as Will gently reminded Sarai it was time to head back to her grandmother. His little sister promised, with a mischievous smile, that she'd be on her best behavior. 3 days later, sunlight flickered through the windows as the boy swept, rag in hand, the echo of his footsteps soft. The servants gently insisted, as always, that he didn't need to clean every day. Scrubbing the toilet, he grinned at the thought that ever since his memories returned, even the swoosh of his brush had become a secret training, each motion echoing lessons from a life before. As Will summoned magic, energy spiraled through his body, muscles tensing and movement flowing the opposite way, each training session sharpening both his strength and mastery of spells, sweat mingling with the crackle of power. At his brother's command, Will scrubbed floors bare-handed, yet his palms stayed spotless, shielded by a thin shimmer of magic, turning every chore into a secret lesson whispered in silent sparks. Suddenly, loud voices burst from nearby rooms near the restroom. Sharp, heated words crackled in the air, drawing the boy's attention as he turned, straining to catch the pulse of the argument. Ivan and Danan were the cause of the commotion. The older brother's voice rang with outrage, scolding someone for selfishness, while the younger chimed in, reminding all that even as rescuers, they were still a family of worms. When the boys poured out their complaints, the girl didn't flinch. She simply waved them off, the scent of tea swirling in the air, and advised them to take every grievance straight to the head of the family. Danan announced, his voice steady. He would take charge of the estate while the master was gone. The girl, paying no heed to the boys, turned to the maid and softly asked, "Where is Will Worms?" The answer rustled back. He'd been called upstairs. Footsteps, barely a whisper on the floor, crept closer to the bathroom door, a silent promise that someone would soon step inside. As the door creaked open, the boy stepped in, stirring the scent of dust and lemon soap. The girl, busy sweeping and startled by his arrival, glanced up and asked softly if he was the Voles she had been searching for. Rising with quiet determination, he met her gaze, confirming she had found the one she'd been seeking, and his voice cut through the still air, asking softly why she had come for him. With a graceful bow shimmering in morning light, the girl replied to Willing's greeting, her voice gentle as wind through pines. She belonged to the rescue squad and brought news. Tomorrow, the Hero Academy's entrance exam awaited him. Confusion flickered between Dane and Kirsty. Why would his despised relative sneak off to entrance exams, never breathing a word to his brothers? Will simply guessed his application had worked out, since the news had already reached them. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he asked why she'd come herself with the news. She softly replied she always did when dread whispered in her bones, and a rescuer's sharp glance at the boys behind sent a ripple of unease through them. The girl didn't say a word, only gestured for the boy to hurry after her. As we followed, Danan's jaw tightened. He hated being invisible, every step sparking fresh irritation inside him. As soon as the boy and girl moved on, the young man crept behind one of the rescuers, his mind swirling with rancid schemes. She would pay for how she had treated him, he told himself, resolve curdled like sour milk. Spinning around, she brushed the boy's clenched fist with her finger. He jolted, as if lightning had just kissed his skin. For Dendian, it struck like thunder, a world where no one ever dared refuse him. Confusion and pain twisted his face, while Will, watching the scene unfold, felt a ripple of surprise shimmer through the air. Incredible magic, the boy thought, as the girl's single finger halted his flying fist. Eyes flashing with warning, she told Dinian that one more act like this, and she would see it as betrayal. Terror gripped the young man so tightly that tears slid down his cheeks, and as Danan stumbled and crashed to the earth, trembling, he managed to whisper if he'd be allowed to bring his little sister to the academy. Passing the servants, the girl noted with a hint of mischief that family, pets, or even a well-loved slime could stay at the academy's dormitory during exams, so the boy needn't worry. He could bring his little friend along. One of the housemaids, her apron fluttering and hands smelling of bread, promised she'd find the boy's little sister. Vil barely managed a grateful nod before she hurried away. A rescuer glanced at the boy still slumped on the floor. With a grumble and a flash of annoyance, he declared he'd take the entrance exams too, the words almost echoing in the charged, dusty air. With a gentle smile and sparkling eyes, she assured the young man there was no shame in following the call of his true desires. Bowing low in deep respect, she said, "The Hero Academy warmly welcomes all who long to join, inviting their dreams to echo through its open halls." Excitement sparkled in Saria's eyes as the carriage rattled toward the academy, the scent of leather mixing with the rhythm of hooves. Her heart danced especially for one horse, proud and strong, chosen to pull them on this adventure. Saria pressed her nose to the glass, searching for hidden wonders, when her older brother gently warned her not to lean so close. But soon, a girl's soft voice beside him called his name, pulling his attention away from his curious little sister. Behind us, his favorite animal sniffed curiously at a rescuer, making the girl blush as the boy gently called for Ru Ruan to stop. She just laughed it off, waving away her embarrassment with a warm smile. A blush bloomed on her cheeks as she hid her lips behind a scarf, paused, then softly asked if she might stroke someone else's beloved pet. A soft smile lit up Will's face as he let the girl do as she pleased, his faithful companion stretched with a contented sigh, clearly welcoming her gentle touch and warmth. Joy sparkled in the girl's eyes as she stroked a stranger's dog, the warm fur soft beneath her fingers, the huff of his gentle breath tickling her palm. A teammate chuckled, watching the friendly giant, and began to share how this remarkable dog joined their rescue crew. On Will's birthday, a lost puppy named Run Run stumbled into their garden, its soft fur smelling of earth and sunshine, now growing up alongside Will, two friends born on the very same day. Later, noticing the boy's younger sister watching her closely, the girl caught the scent of sweet tea in the air and softly asked if anything had happened to the history graduates. Curiosity shone in the girl's eyes as she gazed at the rescue team member, longing to hear her name. Saria took the lead, offering her own first, even though she already knew Will's younger sister. A gentle cough escaped her lips as she apologized for the delay. She'd simply forgotten to introduce herself and never found the right moment until now. A member of the rescue team gently ruffled the girl's hair, his voice soft as he explained, "She's called Artie, her full name, Artie Zin Nabarling." Saria seemed deaf to the girl's words, her intense gaze locked on her, unblinking and unwavering, as if time itself held its breath. Artie flushed under the intense gaze, but Soria quickly explained. Enchanted by the girl's silken hair, she couldn't look away, and then softly added, her eyes were impossibly beautiful, glimmering in the warm room. Warmth rushed to the rescuer's ears as the girl approached and wrapped her in a gentle hug. Run-a-Run, feeling the moment's sweetness, purred and nuzzled against them, her tail flicking with delight. Sometime later, curiosity pulls us to ask the girl how she sensed his brothers would let him take the entrance exam. Did she catch a hidden glance, a shift in the room's hush? He replied that the one who brought them the request asked to ensure no one would stop the boy's plan. Right away it was clear, the man from the worm's house had secretly lent him a hand. Warmth like his could reach his brother's ears, so the servants might hope for a reward, and worry twisted inside the boy, his heart pounding for their fate. Noticing the shadow of doubt flicker across Will's face, Artie quickly reassured him with a warm voice and gentle smile, promising there was nothing to worry about at all. Academy rules keep every applicant's name secret, no matter who asks. Relief washed over the young man. The news steadied his breath and gave him a flicker of hope. As the journey neared its end, Saria peeked out the window, eyes wide with wonder, and called her brother over to witness the breathtaking sight, a grand academy of heroes rising before them, her voice bubbling with delight. "We're finally here." The moment the carriage halted, Rune and Saria leapt out, hurrying toward the building as curly hair gazed in awe at the towering structure looming above, whispering old stories with every stone. Catching the wind, someone shouts to his little sister, "Slow down, be careful, you might fall." While Artie promises gently she'll lead the group to their new dorm, her voice warm and sure in the bustle. Room 401 welcomed a boy, his little sister, and their furry pet, laughter echoing, paws pattering, the faint scent of wool and fresh linen swirling in the air. Fulfilling my promise, I led my brothers and sisters to their new home, mentioning that if Will passed his entrance exams, the warm scent of fresh wood and laughter could linger in this room forever. She handed the keys to the boy and promised with a gentle smile that soon she would show them the children's room, where Will could leave Saria while he studied, the faint scent of lavender drifting behind her. Surprise flickered in his eyes when he learned about such hidden corners on campus. Artie explained, laughter echoing softly, that with so many students raising children, the academy had carved out peaceful rooms for parents to rest. Artie added, the air tinged with chalk and whispers, that children learn in these rooms too, the lessons shaped gently to their age, some students younger than Saria, others older even than Will himself. Listening closely to Artina's words, the boy frowned, sensing something odd. The age gap between the children might even dwarf his own years. Artina nodded in quiet agreement, a gentle sigh brushing the air. Within the fragrant halls of the Academy of Heroes, the world's brightest creatures gather, meals sizzle in bustling dining rooms, footsteps echo through cutting-edge training centers, and laughter drifts from cozy dorms made for comfort. Soon we'll discover why the Academy rose outside the city's heart. The Heroes Academy, sprawled with countless buildings, set close enough to catch the distant hum of the capital, yet wrapped in its own secret air. The moment he caught the sharp glances aimed at him and his sister in their new home, a steely resolve blossomed. He had to pass that exam, no matter what, to keep a roof for Saria and silence the whispers of the wormhouse forever. She gently guided her brother and sister to the room filled with the scent of old wood, where Saria would wait while Will disappeared into his studies. With a bittersweet smile, she waved goodbye to her older brother, the rustle of his steps fading, and stood quietly beside her mentor, the chilly air swirling between them. In the place where Soraya would stay, the air buzzed with quiet activity. Servants watched over by the academy, to Will's surprise. Artie explained their care was part of the hero school's duty. As her footsteps echoed down the corridor, the girl decided to admit she had discovered Will Vorm knew little about how the academy worked, or what made the entrance exams so daunting. Memories tugged. In his former life, no academy existed, and his family toiled from dawn till dusk. The world passed him by, and in this life, his knowledge too felt caged and narrow. As footsteps echoed through the corridor, Artie glanced at the boy and asked if he had checked his devotion level with the guardian god, but Will just frowned, lost and clueless about what that even meant. A girl explained, her voice soft as falling snow, that the move was crafted by a legendary sage from the Council of Sages. Yet Will's thoughts raced, swirling with confusion, unable to grasp who she meant. Ard whispered that the famed sage was a disciple of Adelfus the Worms, known as Milt Edelweiss, his words curling through the air like smoke. Pride bloomed in him as he watched his former student. Milt had earned a family name, crafting a brand new technique by himself, without ever needing the teacher's guiding hand. Why do they call milk the great sage, not the great seer? Will wondered, his nose catching a faint creamy sweetness, curiosity buzzing in his chest like bees in a clover field. She replied softly that Adelfus, warmed by his acts of kindness, had been named the great sage after his passing. The boy blinked, stunned, unprepared for such a title to become his own. Curiosity flickered in the boy's eyes as he wondered aloud who the divine guardians were, and, without hesitating, Artie whispered her secret. Every soul walks this world with a divine guardian by their side. The guardian deity, cloaked in human form, watches over an entire people, whispering guidance and casting its protective gaze even upon creatures beyond the realm of men. Dion, beloved by the god of water, stirred whispers and scented incense as the most famous exception among the council, a ripple in the quiet surface of the procurement board. Hearing another old student's name, Will paused, struggling to remember if he'd ever had a Miltz in his class. Maybe that last name belonged to another life, echoing like a faint, half-forgotten song. Those touched by divine breath gain gifts to match their heavenly guardians, while the truly favored find themselves cherished as the gods' beloved, basking in awe and shimmering grace. Devotion to an ordinary human god shapes a soul to simplicity. After sharing all the boy's questions and secrets, she led him down silent halls to the room where the seal waited, quiet and ancient. The room filled with a metallic hum, home to a strange device that shimmered with divine energy, able to measure the very favor of the gods. A girl, lost in her book near the whispering orb, glanced up and asked Will to touch the crystal, a soft request, promising no rituals, just the electric thrill of beginning. Will pressed his hand to the cool, glowing sphere. Memories of the boy's true self stirred. The gods he had trained with flashed before him. Though now called Will after his rebirth, Adelfus still carried the grace of an apostle, shaped by divine hands. With eyes shut tight, the boy breathed in hope, certain that many of these powerful gods would soon circle him, their unseen hands ready to shield and protect. A soft chime rang out as Artie's voice broke Will's thoughts, telling him the measurements were finished and he could gently lift his hand from the crystal. Will stared at his hands, numb and lost, while Already's gentle voice broke through the hush. Was he all right? With a gentle nod, the boy assured her all was well, curiosity sparkling in his voice as he asked what name of the deity had appeared in the book as his protector, his question hanging softly in the scented air. As she flipped through the pages, the words revealed, Willow Worm's guardian was just a human god. The revelation struck the boy like a sudden drumbeat. Shock flickered in his wide eyes. He had never imagined such news. Still shaken, the boy turned to the girl and asked if the human god was his only protector, Her simple yes floated in the air, but the word brought him little comfort, leaving a cold weight in his chest. With a strange feeling swirling in his chest, Will asked if anyone had ever fainted while using this measuring device, the air around him humming with uncertainty. After poring over the book and thinking for a moment, she replied softly with a hint of ink and parchment in the air that as far as she knew, such cases had never happened. Will tasted disappointment, a bitter tang in his mouth, as memories of long hours spent training with the gods flickered. He'd believed every divine eye watched him with favor. Warm smiles always greeted him, yet not one soul reached out as a mentor, each kindness tinged with distance, leaving the boy struggling to accept this lonely truth. 10 seconds later, Artie quietly asked the boy to touch the crystal again, her hand resting softly on a page of the book. Will obeyed, feeling a shiver run through his fingers. This time, a deeper calm settled over him, even as his eyes clenched shut for a heartbeat. When they fluttered open, the scent and sound around him told the story. He was somewhere entirely new. Eyes sweep across the vast room, every breath filled with the echoes of space. Grand columns soar both ahead and behind, making the chamber feel endless and awe-charged. Raising his eyes, it seemed as if he had stumbled into the realm of gods. Soft, golden light danced around him, when suddenly the girl's footsteps rustled behind and her gentle voice asked what had happened. The sweet lavender scent swirled as the girl revealed herself, a goddess from before his rebirth. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity, asking if he was Edel, and with a quiet breath he replied, "No, now he was Will." One by one, the gods gathered, their footsteps echoing softly, the scent of divine nectar in the air. They came to greet Adelfus, stirring a flicker of annoyance in the goddess's eyes. Thunderous voices echoed among the gods as they tried to grasp why the boy had returned. Some whispered he must have died a second time, yet he stood tall and steady, swearing he was alive, and now bore a new name. The goddess swept closer, her voice ringing like silver, trying to rouse the stunned gods encircling the boy. She turned to Will, asking what had happened. He met her gaze, asking if they'd been watching his actions lately. Step by step, the gods confessed, each word like a hush of wind, that they watched Will's every move in the human world with keen, silent eyes. The goddess's voice trembled with fury as she saw everyone ignore her attempts at peace. Her patience snapped, and she hissed that their indifference infuriated her beyond words. At her word, the girl cast a silence spell. Suddenly, not a god could utter more than a hushed, awkward murmur as the goddess turned to Will, asking how he'd entered their world, but he, flustered, had no answer at all. As the gods drifted away, Will found himself alone with the goddess. Settled side by side, she asked once more how he had come to this place, but he could only search the silent air for an answer he did not have. To the gods, people scurry like tiny ants. Even if a god bends down to grant them favor, it doesn't mean curiosity stirs. Often, they overlook mortals, blind even to their cherished descendant walking among flesh and bone. Awaiting his reply, the goddess watched him closely, yet saw in his distant eyes a world far removed from their conversation, and knew her answer would never come. With a soft change in her tone, the goddess asked if Will truly loved his life alone. He confessed, sometimes at night, he wonders how her world differs from the noisy, tangled one of humankind. With closed eyes, the goddess let out a soft sigh, silently agreeing that, as Will had put it, their worlds echoed different songs, so far apart you could taste the distance in the air. After inhaling the scent of blooming grass, the girl leaned in, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, and asked Will how life had been since his return. He replied softly, a gentle smile breaking through, that all was well. A restless thought pushed Will to ask, his voice barely a whisper. What would happen if he died before his lost memories slipped back into the light? "Such a thing can never happen," the goddess replied, her voice ringing clear as silver. The boy, stunned by her words, glanced at the girl, doubt flickering in his eyes like shadows at dusk. Footsteps barely rustled through the grass as Ugami, the dog god, approached the children. His voice gentle and low, he explained that Laxanis always watches over willpower. The boy, eyes wide with wonder, asked who Laxanis was and how he could possibly watch him. The air trembled as Will realized the scruffy dog he and Rune loved was really the divine child of Lixonis, astonishment blooming in his chest. He'd always thought their four-legged friend was just ordinary. With a voice like rolling thunder, Ugin revealed he was Luxanis, the deity who sent his child to Earth when Will Worms was born. Nearby, the goddess softly added that she had begged this of the divine being. Rune remembers nothing of the divine realm. Sent to Earth as a pup, he carries magic as strong as Laxan's, his duty forever humming within. To watch over Will, to shield him, to be his silent guardian. A grin lit up the boy's face as he noted his beloved pet felt more like a loyal friend than a watchful guardian. So clever, gentle, tender with his little sister. Inugami's eyes sparkled, proud of such a warm-hearted being. With a gentle hand, God brushed the boy's hair, his eyes twinkling. He knew well how Runa teased Will. Later, Lakshana confessed a quiet thrill at finally meeting this young sorcerer face to face. With a rumble like distant thunder, the dog god recalled how the boy, though he remembers nothing, once gave Lixen's child her name, Rune. That day lingered, veiled in the mist of memory, lost to time. Inugami nodded, remembering how, at their first meeting, the boy had instantly given the puppy its name, a name that lingered in the warm air as laughter and pause met for the first time, and they chose never to change it. Another goddess suddenly cut through the chatter, her voice ringing out as she called to the boy. She'd send her own child to the human world too. Will spun around, catching the earthy scent of moss as the slime goddess, perched playfully on the ground, chimed in, her eyes twinkling. He truly did look quite adorable. After the hunt, he remembered that a mysterious creature, shimmering like a goddess, had come to him. Soon his younger sister started playing with it, and the slippery goddess laughed, saying the little one chose names better than her brother ever could. Will, puzzled by the god's words, simply whispered his thanks, while the gods exchanged amused glances, their laughter soft as wind through leaves. They thought the boy a bit simple-hearted. Later, we'll ponder this question and seek the gods' guidance, longing to know if their children among mortals truly hold divine gifts. Lixanus replied, his voice low and thoughtful, that it would not be so simple. In this world, there are mere mortals, children, and half-gods. Some, like the Inugami, descend from divine blood, with ordinary dogs trailing behind as heirs, while others are guarded half-gods, tingling with hidden magic. As the truth came to light, both the rune and the slime, known as Fury, revealed themselves as demigods, power buzzing in the air around their extraordinary forms. Sweet incense drifted as the goddess, her patience thinning, asked how much longer the god dog would speak. The girl, shifting restlessly, longed to ask her own questions, but Laxana murmured that he was not yet finished. Curiosity sparkled in the goddess's eyes as she wished to ask about his lost years. But words stuck in her throat. Suddenly, their bodies shimmered, turning translucent, her eyes wide with wonder as he quietly apologized, sensing his time in the realm of gods was fading like mist in morning sun. The dog. God promised to always watch over Will, while the slime god added that Fury would stand beside him and his sister. The boy breathed out a heartfelt thank you, words tumbling in gratitude, but time was slipping away. Dreams of illuminating Will's human journey and whispering of his divine destiny filled the girl's heart, her words trembling like notes in a song only the wind could carry. Before the girl could speak, we glanced up, curiosity buzzing in the air, eager to catch what secret the goddess had meant to share with him. A prickling sensation on his skin made him turn. There was Artie, eyes locked on him, lips parted as if a secret trembled on the edge of speech. After deciding to give the boy all the details about the exams, she added with a gentle whisper that, to truly understand her specialty and prepare, he must explore the ancient temple and feel its silent secrets. Words tumbled from her lips, and when she finally paused, she asked if everything was clear. Will met her gaze, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he searched for an answer. Later, determined to prove himself, he told Artie he'd do everything to ace the exam. His promise danced in the air, and the girl smiled, heart quietly swelling with hope. As he stepped out, we quickly asked him to find out about the entrance exams. Artie replied that they would include both a written and a practical part. She continued, her voice gentle as summer rain, explaining that several types of practical exams awaited. A high score would glow like a sign, success unmistakable, while those blessed by the deity were called truly fortunate. Will glanced at Artie, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Did she have a patron? She answered softly, her tone ringing with pride. Her protector was the god of swords. The name made Will recall a mighty man, strong as thunder. With a flicker of admiration, the boy noticed that despite her youth, the girl was already part of the rescue team. He added quietly that she had just passed the trials and was no mere assistant. She had truly earned her place. As the couple strolled gently through the fragrant dusk, voices flowing between them, invisible gods, recently their secret hosts, watched with curious eyes. When he asked her the secret to her success, she shared, almost whispering, that every step forward was born of tireless practice and a heart longing to join the squad. Watching the unwavering resolve, the god of the sword couldn't understand why this young man refused to trust his mentors. Another deity demanded he turn back and explain himself, their voices echoing like distant thunder. The goddess stood powerless, caught off guard by his swift return, her words caught in her throat, while the god of flame soothed trembling hearts, urging everyone to stay calm as quiet flickered through the tense air. A divine being turned to the god of lies, whose own child's device had unleashed this turmoil. Ever since, Will moved with cautious steps, wary of every deity's whispered promises. A sharp scent of ozone filled the air as Jin, god of lies, stepped forward for his child, voice curling like smoke. This device isn't so cruel. Humans just never knew apostles existed, and so the gods stood powerless. Another god's voice curled through the air, curious why this device failed to measure their power, and asked softly who the apostles really were. Even the god of flame faltered, doubting if his companion was truly divine. Only recently did the dog god reveal the difference between children and demigods. As the man's memory flickered with that explanation, understanding finally dawned, soft and sudden, like the hush before rain. Still, the mystery of how they were linked to willpower slipped beyond God's grasp. The fiery god, flaring with frustration, tried once more to make it clear, his voice crackling like burning logs. Born anew by a pact with God, Will leaves people awestruck, a child with otherworldly air. God wonders aloud if he bears the mark of a divine prisoner, perhaps akin to Rune Run or Fury. The god of flame declared himself the child of the supreme god and the guardian princess, while the apostle, a demigod touched by magic, listened. Blessed by the divine, Will now strode as an envoy of God, his presence warm and crackling. Curious, the man leaned in to clarify, so the apostles were really half-god beasts, and Will was one of them, wielding their wild magic. But God of Flame bristled, his voice sharp as burning coal, cutting him off and insisting he had misunderstood everything again. Flame's god noted with a hint of smolder in his voice that this device was crafted for mortals, so she could never fathom the true weight of a god's power. After a moment of silence, the man declared, "Now I understand everything." Yet the god of fire stiffened, smoke curling around him. He knew the man was still lost. The man, none other than the god of war himself, studied the boy with a burning gaze, then spoke with calm certainty. Will would have no trouble, for he was, after all, his own pupil. The other gods sensed trouble on the breeze. After all, the boy carried traces of the fire god's heat, the sharp scent of steel from the sword god, and the sly whisper of the god of lies. Flames crackled around her as the fire goddess argued, no, another demigoddess would bring only chaos. Guardians meddling always end in trouble, she insisted, her words shimmering like heated air. After endless questions and stifling inspections, we return for his little sister. She laughs, spinning with her doll, the air sweet with dust and childish giggles among the other kids. A wave from her older brother caught Saria's eyes, and joy sparked in her chest. He had come back for her. She waved back, warm and bright, but just then a laughing boy dashed past with his friend and accidentally bumped into her. A sharp pain stabbed through her, and she rubbed her head desperately. Saria stared at the floor, hot tears streaming down her cheeks, too lost in her misery to see the vase teeter and crash toward her. Heart pounding, Artie ducked in fear as danger loomed. She had to leap back now, before that crashing object found her, yet before a word left her lips, Will had already dashed forward in a blur. Before Artie could blink, the vase shattered into 1,000 splinters. Where the girl had stood was now empty, with only her toys scattered amid shards and dust, silence humming in the air. Disbelief flickered in Artie's eyes, a heartbeat, a gasp, and the world spun by in a blur of motion. In the flicker of a moment, her older brother swept up their little sister, lifting her with a gentle laugh and whisking her away, leaving only the soft echo of footsteps and the sweet scent of childhood behind. Artie watched with fascination as the girl, arms full of a squirming child, darted across the grass to her brother and sister. She marveled at how anyone could cover such distance with such speed and warmth. Before the rescuer could react, the boy darted toward his little sister, and Will let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding, the relief filling the air as Saria smiled, safe and unharmed. Tears on their cheeks, the girl whispered apologies for the shattered vase, while the boy who'd bumped Syria sobbed out his own regret. Artie knelt beside them, voice gentle as a breeze. Don't worry, nothing terrible has happened. Before the looming doors, a force unseen gripped Artie. She froze, palm resting on her sword's sheath, breath catching as a ghostly wall pressed her firmly in place. Light spilled across the door as it creaked open, leaving Artie frozen in surprise. Then a sudden voice, warm and soft, invited her in. Stepping inside, Artie quietly announced her return, and the girl, nestled in shadows, heard her. Zenobia Adelbaring, her name whispered strength in the air, sat with eyes fixed on the papers, a gentle shimmer of magic curling from her finger as she asked Artie how it went, and whether Will Vorm had revealed his true power. Artie replied that his behavior was far from that of an 8-year-old. He carried a wisdom beyond his years, strength pulsing in every word. Rising from her desk, Zenobia Edelbaring closed her eyes, her calm voice assuring him she understood everything. Bare feet brushing across the wooden floor, the girl paced in circles around her desk, fingers to her chin, deep in thought, while an attentive onlooker nearby watched her every movement in silent fascination. At that moment, Zenobia and her companions, interrupting Artie's restless thoughts, noticed the sharp truth. The only protector of the willow worms was a human god. Fingers drumming softly on the desk, Zenobia Edelbaring weighed every word in silence before her gaze slid to Artie, her voice barely above a whisper. Is this truly so? Artie met her eyes, steady and bright, and promised it was. Zenobia Edelbaring lingered in thoughtful silence, her gaze distant. Then, lifting her head, she let curiosity shine in her eyes and wondered aloud why fate had spun events this way. Artie struggled to catch Zenobia Edelbaring's meaning, so she asked again. Zenobia shook her head, denying it firmly, then gently steered the talk elsewhere. inquiring if Artie had any other questions. Artie pressed her fingers to her chin, eyes narrowed in thought as she searched her memory for anything important, but the meaning of those words danced just out of reach. A glance flickered toward Zenobia Adele Baring. What was this girl plotting, or did she crave a quiet word? Zenobia shimmered with sweat, her skin gleaming beneath the lights. Blocking her path, Zenobia Edel placed warm hands on Artie's shoulders, breathed in with a trembling sigh, and pleaded softly for Artie to just listen. With a sigh, the girl begged for no more questions, yet her voice softened as she wondered if any shifts in Will had caught her eye, perhaps a flicker of strange behavior dancing in his movements. Artie turned away, his voice soft as he asked if she'd ever fainted while using the measuring device. Zenobia and the others fell silent, her words hanging in the air, stirring a quiet shiver of unease. Whispering with Elbaring, Zenobia pondered the young man's cryptic words, her pulse quickening with urgency. The need to talk to Milt filled her senses like a sharp scent in the air. Softly, the scent of parchment in the air, Zenobia Edelbaring mused that if Will's guardian deity was just a god, magic or special powers seemed far-fetched. Then she turned to Artie, inviting her to share her own thoughts. In the warm hush of afternoon, Artie paused, eyes bright with conviction. He declared that Will's gift was pure, a spark he was born with. Surprise flickered in Zenobia Adele Baring's eyes as she suggested that if this was true, Artie should keep a close watch on Will. Artie nodded in understanding, just as Zenobia drew a wooden sword, its scent like fresh pine in the air. With a sweeping motion, she soared and hung weightless in the air, hair fluttering as if the wind itself held its breath. A sudden wild gust of wind rushed past, rattling leaves and filling the air with the scent of storm. With the soft rustle of her skirt, Zenobia Adele Baron asked if Artie wished to know anything more. Artie inhaled the scent of old parchment and questioned why Zenobia had advised her to bring Will worms. With a hint of disbelief in her voice, Zenobia Adele Baring turned to Artie and asked if she truly grasped what they were doing. Artie replied softly, the air taut with tension, that above all, chaos must not be allowed to rise. A sudden realization flickered in Zenobia Adele Baring's eyes. As she glanced at Artie, she sensed her words had melted into the air, not quite ringing true. Artie spoke with honest regret, but Zenobia Edelbaring gently raised a hand, her voice calm and soothing. It's all right. The girl had every right to feel as she did. Out of nowhere, Artie whispered about Will Worms and the monster from the disaster, her voice trembling as she wondered if it was tied to Tin Ibris. The words froze Zenobia Edelbarang in wide-eyed astonishment. Zenobia Edelbaron had once whispered, "Keep your eyes on Will." The memory lingered, and now she wondered, did this order twine somehow with that monstrous disaster? She went on, whispering that Tenebris must secretly fear sabotage, but then Zenobia Edel, sharp and sudden, called the girl's name, her voice slicing through the hush like a bell. A quick glance at Artie, curious why she'd made that choice, and Artie fell silent, her eyes dropping to the dusty floor, the question hanging in the air like a low hum. With a clear, steady voice, the girl declared, this was the Salvation Army, born to battle cults. No wonder these thoughts swirled in her mind, since Zenobia Edelbarang herself had asked her to watch this boy. If he truly shares a bond with the gods, the cult will see him as a threat and try to erase him. Now the reason for her restless worry fills the air, sharp and unmistakable. Tension tightened Artie's chest, but curiosity broke through. She asked Zenobia Edelbaring who she truly was. Zenobia whispered Artie's name and suddenly leaned in, her breath warm and close to Artie's cheek. Zenobia Adele stroked her head gently, the scent of fresh parchment in the air, and remarked how quick-witted she was, grasping the heart of their mission in a single bright instant. With a soft sigh and the faint scent of lavender in the air, she turned away, whispering there were reasons she couldn't tell Artie anything yet, promising answers soon. His heart pounded, suspicion flickering, but he nodded quietly. After a soft goodbye and a gentle apology, she slipped out of the room. Zenobia Edelbaring set down her wooden saber, musing how the monster of disaster might bear the shadowy name Tenebris. Shadows gather as a secret cult pledges loyalty to the monstrous god of disasters, their whispers thick with incense and the promise of ruin. Fierce conviction burns in their eyes. They believe they can resurrect this monster and rise as the mightiest race, and perhaps the smell of coming change lingers in the air, whispering that their moment draws near. Zenobia Adelbaran feels time slipping through her fingers. She insists they must rally every gifted warrior and brave soul, forging an army that can battle the creature before hope fades away. From her bag, she pulls out a crisp package, its surface humming faintly. The test that reveals a person's magic strength, always paired with an application form for admission. She built it to seek the right souls with lightning speed, yet almost no one matched the quiet hope burning in her search. Will Worms might fit all the right boxes, yet the girl still can't grasp who he truly is. His identity slips through her thoughts like a half-remembered scent on a restless wind. Heavy sighs drift from Will as he sits slumped in the dim room, the air thick with the scent of dust and old paper. He believes the number of guardian deities is not counted in entrance exam results. RG noted that when a guardian fuses with a person, it loses all focus, as if swept away by restless winds. If failure came, returning to his quiet hometown would be easy, with enough money for warm meals and shelter, just enough to help Saria stand on her own feet once more. Saria's voice, gentle as a summer breeze, asks her brother what's wrong and if he wants something to eat. Will blinks in surprise, heart thumping, caught off guard by her warmth. He nods, admitting to a faint, whispering hunger curling in his belly. Surya promises her brother, voice gentle as morning light, that soon she'll whip up something delicious. With a gentle push, she handed him a strip of dried meat, urging him to taste it as savory aromas tingled in the air. Later, it would become clear she had slipped him dried meat, its smoky aroma mingling with secrets, meat sent by his loyal vassals. City life left them craving the aroma of fresh bread, longing for the rich taste of home-cooked meals that never graced their table. Sometimes vassals would share with them. Saria set aside a strip of dried meat, the memory of hunger still sharp, and the fear of its return made her hands tremble. Will asked, his voice gentle as bread baking, if Saria was hungry, but she shook her head, a small smile flickering, the promise of hunger held back by the sweet air. She claimed she'd had a snack, but suddenly her stomach let out a loud, rumbling protest, a sound that filled the quiet room with its hungry echo. "Let's thank his sister for the meat," someone whispered, while Sirius only answered with a fleeting smile. Will tore off a piece of meat, chewed thoughtfully, and assured her with a warm smile that it was truly delicious. Her eyes sparkled with pride at his words, the air rich with the scent of roasted herbs. He moved to speak, but the smell of fresh bread and spices in the kitchen caught his words. Soria blinked in surprise at the news of such plenty. Will gently told her she could take it whenever her heart wished, and this unexpected kindness left her even more astonished. Will softly suggested Sarai leave snacks out of her pockets, sensing the struggle in her shadowed eyes and the faint crinkle of wrappers in the quiet air. A gentle smile played on Saria's lips as she whispered that everything was fine, because his presence, warm as sunlight, never left her side. He wondered if maybe now they could forget hunger, set Syria aside, and promised her a meal in the humming kitchen, but she still trembled, numb from the shock. Later, warm spices drifted through the kitchen as Syria savored delicious dishes, laughter rising with the clatter of plates and the hiss of simmering pots. The aroma of the feast danced in the air, and disbelief flickered in her eyes. Will assured her gently she could eat as much as she wished, savoring every mouthful of flavors she'd never dreamed of. But when her hunger is finally gone, strength surges through her veins, Her muscles sing, and she races as fast and fierce as her brother. Saria tasted the food. Savory aromas filled the air as he gently dabbed her lips with a napkin, whispering to take it slow. After a while, Will glanced around, sensing the comfort and quiet laughter swirling nearby. The empty courtyard echoed with his footsteps. Whether the students had vanished or scattered for field training, he couldn't tell. Only the faint scent of grass and far-off laughter drifted on the air. A strange doubt crept in as he realized his own signature sat there too, the sharp scent of ink mingling with a flicker of worry in his mind. With a hesitant glance, he asks Sarai if he may ask something. She fixes him with a watchful gaze. Spoon paused mid-air, the aroma of soup lingering between them. Curiosity flickered in his eyes. What had happened after he arrived? Saria guessed her brother was worried, so we reassured him with a gentle smile. Everything was just fine. Sometimes strange noises claw at his nerves, he confides, and he wonders if Saria could sit with him and help untangle the fears they bring. Don't worry. The air is full of calm voices, promising the girl she'll be perfectly fine if she shares, and a gentle chorus of praise awaits her. With a gentle embrace, she hugs the slime, smiling as she breathes out, "Yes, I did it. I really did." Without warning, Will decided to name the slime Fierce, the word rolling off his tongue and catching Saria off guard, her eyes widening in surprise. Our fingers brushed the slug's cool, damp back, and it answered with a slow, gentle smile that glimmered under the morning sun. Warm light danced in her eyes, and in that moment, happiness flooded him, sweet, dizzying, like the scent of blooming lilacs after rain. For so long, Saria called him Fury, the name wrapping around him like a familiar cloak, but now the time had come, the moment to let his true name echo in the air, proudly his at last. "No more mixing up my name," he insisted, tired of forgetting it, as if it drifted away on every breeze, though he shrugged, saying there was nothing wrong in it. Sioria called out to her brother, her voice ringing through the air. Breathless with emotion, Saria clung to Fury, whispering his name over and over, her voice trembling in the hush between their heartbeats. Will admitted the girl used to call him that, and now, with a wistful smile, he realized he'd almost forgotten the sound of it. Will caught Fury savoring his name, rolling its flavor and sound in her mind, and sensed that she understood every unspoken thought he wished to share. At last, he decided. The green slime would be called Fury. Joy sparkled in their eyes, and all three glowed with happiness, laughter echoing and warmth filling the gentle morning air. Time passes in the quiet hum of the school dorm. Will finally announces he's ready. Saria wishes him luck. Then a sharp knock rattles the door, breaking the calm. Artie, cheeks tinged with pink, asked Will if she could enter. At his warm nod, she slipped inside, the quiet creak of the door blending with her hopeful voice as she wondered if Will was ready to step outside. Standing face to face with Will, they discussed escorting her to the exam, his voice laced with worry that he might distract her from something important, but she laughed softly, saying her day was free as a bird. Warm dog breath tickled as Roon, the big white dog, drenched Artie's cheek. Suddenly, a slick trail of drool gleamed on her shoulder. Maybe she could train him as an assistant, or at least let him join her exam. A tiny snail inched along Artie's shoulder. She brushed it gently, its shell cool beneath her finger, and then teased. Will, would he take the rune exam with both the rune and the snail? Will grinned, declaring snail now had an official name, Fury. Fingers pointed toward the horizon, Will stood alongside Fury as Artie asked softly if the animals could come too. Will nodded, a gentle breeze carrying the promise of their journey together. Will gazed at Saria, his eyes gentle. She caught his look, cheeks turning pink as she whispered his name. He remembered never leaving her alone before and hoped nothing would go wrong while he was away. Leaning close to Saria, the soft rustling of cloaks between them, we ask if he can bring the animals along. and if she'll be all right alone until he returns. A rosy blush warmed Saria's cheeks as she happily assured she could stay alone a while. Will gently ruffled her hair, grateful, promising dinner together when he returned. Her eyes sparkled with a joyful yes. Fury perched snugly atop Will's head. Saria squeezed Artie's hand, and Artie stroked Runya's nose with gentle fingers. She said they'd take Saria to kindergarten first, then face the entrance exam together. In the midst of the bustling street, Will, Artie, and Runa paused as the crowd swirled around them. Artie announced that Will's exam would take place right here and wished him luck, while he breathed in the city air and thanked her for standing by his side. Will waved goodbye to Artie, the scent of dust swirling as two dark-haired boys, Danon and Ivan, watched him closely, uneasy with the bold, almost arrogant way Will and Artie sat together, laughter ringing out. Danon stormed up to Will, his hand outstretched, voice cracking as he demanded how Will dared ignore them, while behind, Rune bristled, a low growl rumbling from deep in his chest, warning of danger. Shouts echoed from the boys who dared defy the rightful heir of the Worm's family, drawing curious glances and hushed whispers from the crowd nearby. Around her, voices buzzed with curiosity about the dark-haired youths, heirs to wealthy families. Dana caught their whispers and let out a sharp, irritated laugh, her breath cutting through the growing chatter. Will's gaze slid to the man in the wide-brimmed hat, who claimed these young nobles carried 4 guardian spirits. Will frowned, the question echoing, who were they, and what did they want from him? With irritation, Danon muttered he hoped Will wouldn't run. Such an ending would sting, leaving a bitter taste of disappointment. It had hurt to see Will surrender to fear. Will, steady yet tense, tried to calm the outraged Rune, whispering that it could have harmed the boys. Ron's anger simmered louder with every grumble, while Will, back turned to his friends and lost in thought, drew a puzzled glance as someone wondered aloud if he even heard a word they'd said. Anger sparked in Will's eyes as he half-turned, voice shaking the air. "You really think I'm a coward?" The air grew tense. His words made the other boys stiffen, holding their breath. Suddenly we spun around, voices rising in outrage. How dare they call him a coward? Those boys were foolish and rude, and should hush before shaming their own name. Startled, they stumbled back, fear stark in their eyes. Rage erupted from Danon as he hurled threats at Will, but Ivan stepped in, urging him to find calm. Drawing closer, Ivan's voice quivered with hope. Would they ever have a divine guardian, like the others? Will stood silent, bewildered by the question's meaning. Ivan stepped even closer to Will, his voice steady, as he declared that even if Will's god could challenge theirs, the boys had 4 gods on their side. A crowd formed behind Will, whispering about the 4 guards. Someone murmured that the rumor was true, yet the scent of Worm's family loyalty clung unmistakably to those boys. Steps light on the floor, a quiet breath. I paused before Will, hoping he'd finally speak. Eyes gently closed, he gathered his thoughts, ready to let his story spill like rain. Hands resting on their belts, the boys stood frozen and silent, until sly, knowing smiles slowly spread across their faces like sunlight breaking through morning mist. Rubbing his ear, the suspect turned away, muttering he still couldn't hear a word from Will. As I crouched beside him and promised to repeat the question, Will released a weary sigh that fluttered through the thick air. Will stepped forward, his voice sharp as he answered their question, doubting if their ears still worked. His words hung in the air, leaving the boys frozen in surprise. Laughter cracked through the air as one boy hurled insults at Will's mother and barked that Will should leave town at once. Anger burned hot and sharp inside Will, his fists trembling. With hands clasped behind his back, Will stood statue still, silent eyes tracking every move. Den-guessed fear held him tight, so fierce it pinned him there, unable to take even a trembling step. Fury blazed across Will's face as he jerked his hand from behind his back and thrust it skyward. Danon recoiled in fright, raising his arm to shield himself and stumbling a step away, heart pounding. With a sharp flick, Will hurled his glove into Danan's face. Danan screamed in raw terror as Will thundered that he'd never forgive the insult to his mother. Danan covered his face, trembling. Danan crushed Will's glove in his fist, his outrage crackling in the air, demanding if Will truly dared challenge him, while Will, voice cool and mocking, asked if Danan feared a duel with an 8-year-old kid and a single god on his side. Ivan asked Will to repeat his words, but Will hurled his second glove right at Ivan's face, a sly smirk playing on his lips as he remarked how painfully predictable Ivan's moves had become. Fear made Ivan tremble, while Will raised his hand and declared, with a sharp spark in his voice, that these boys were all talk, and challenged them to a duel, his words slicing through the tense air. Rage flared in the boy's eyes after Will was insulted. A sly grin flickered on Danan's lips as an idea sparked. Since Will offered a choice, he declared it was time to fight, leaving Will stunned by his boldness. A faint smile played on Danan's lips as he promised that if Will lost, he'd grant Danan any wish he named. Will, ears full of the crowd's noise, agreed in a heartbeat, and Danan blinked, astonished by his answer. Ivan's voice cracked, wild and sharp. "How can we stay calm? He's doomed." Will lowered his head, eyes pressed shut, fingers raking his hair. Inwardly, he clung to quiet confidence, certain Ivan was wrong. With a steady hand, Will pointed at himself, his voice firm as he announced it was his turn to set the rules. If he won, they would visit his mother's grave and apologize for their cruel words. Silence hung as the boys listened. Ivan threw his head back, laughter ringing out like a bell. Danan, with a sneer sharp as winter air, told Will he didn't stand a chance, even if heaven and earth were to trade places. With arms crossed, Will watched as the boys turned, an unfamiliar voice slicing through the air, noting that if the duel dragged on, they'd miss their written exam. A stranger stepped from the shadows, a grown man in a crooked cap, scarf snug at his neck. His voice rang out, warning that duels were forbidden for students without permission, as the boys eyed him with wary mistrust. A quick glance at the man revealed he wasn't a student, but he insisted the rule applied to both candidates and students. Will had no choice but to obey. The Formus family watched, stunned by Will's fearless stance. He barely blinked at their threats, only closing his eyes as the youth's words faded into empty air. With a confident finger pointed skyward, the man declared, "Since Will fears neither man nor beast, he'll be my rival." The boys exchanged wide-eyed glances, their breath catching in surprise. Squinting one eye, the man declared he wanted in too, as a curious boy asked how they'd ever manage a written exam amid all this chaos. "Time flows, the written exam can wait," the man assured, insisting real feelings be set aside. But Will, remembering his mother's gentle eyes, felt a rush of resolve. He could not focus until he defended her honor, his pulse thundering as anxious murmurs swirled around him. Scanning the faces around him, Will realized that entering the academy would shield him from every family's threats, and this duel would finally let him pay off every debt. The crowd of boys eagerly lingered, desperate to witness the clash. The ox marched steadily toward the Wormus family, hooves thudding on the earth, Rune and the others trailing behind, his gaze like a sharpened arrow. Nothing could stand in his determined path. Between Will and the Worms family, a man stood tall in the echoing hall, sunlight spilling between soaring columns. His voice rang out, "This is your arena. Let the duel begin." In the arena carved into sectors, boys stand tense as the crowd swells, buzzing with excitement. A man's voice booms, "If Will wins, the boys must beg forgiveness before my late mother. If they win, Will must step down and admit defeat." With eyes shut and hands sinking to his belt, Will accepted the man's words. Dana's grin curled sly as she invited the fight to begin, while Ivan folded his arms, breath caught, every muscle waiting for the first clash. Eyes narrowing on Will, the man grumbled that if the Wormus family lost, they risked nothing. Will, unflinching, replied softly that such a result suited him perfectly. There was nothing to worry about. Beside the girl in a raincoat and the boy in a protective suit, a grouse perched on the platform, feathers bristling in outrage. A man asked if Will could manage alone against two, and Will smiled, insisting he wasn't alone either. The man in the hat turned with a sly grin and wondered aloud if they could truly fight fair, since after all, Will was alone. Danix's laughter echoed as he boasted that they always preyed on the weak. They'd finish Will faster than he dared imagine. With a scrunched-up face and a cheeky flick of the tongue, he thought he'd defeat Will in a heartbeat, faster than a blink. The man announced that if all parties agreed, the duel should begin. The warmest boys crouched low, muscles tensing as they braced for the clash. He faced them, calm eyes glittering with certain victory. With a casual wave, the man turned and said he hoped for a swift fight. In a half-crouch, the boy swayed, arms slicing through the air in wild feints, while Will stood perfectly still, hands resting on his hips, the only sound his low whistle cutting through the hush. Tension flickered in Danan's eyes as he snapped at Will, demanding what he was doing, but Will brushed off the noise, annoyed by Danan's constant shouting. Coolly, Will reminded them he'd warned the boys they could strike first before the fight. Laughter erupted around Will, but then glowing arcane symbols flared in the air, and the boys charged, casting magic so swiftly that scented streams of energy danced and symbols wove a crackling lace above. Nand warned Will to brace for their true power. Will's legs shimmered with an unreal light, crackling with hidden magic as a sudden explosion thundered. Dust billowed across the arena, muffling gasps and blurring every shape. Evening clouds melt away as the air hums with fresh energy, audience breathless. Danan spreads his arms wide, power in every line, yet Will slips closer, noticing pride flicker dangerously in Danan's stance. In a blur, Will closes in on Danon, grabbing his neck with a practiced grip. One hand locks around Danon's wrist, the other snakes firmly around his throat, muscles tensing in silent combat. Riding atop the demon, Will suddenly howled in pain, legs thrashing as Ivan rushed to his side, worry thick in his voice as he called out for his brother. Ivan's fingers danced in the air, conjuring shimmering magic symbols, a low plea for a curse on Will. Yet Will turned, voice taut, warning that a spell now could ripple harm through Danon as well. Will gripped Danan's hand so tightly that Danan's scream echoed. Yvonne sensed Will's fear of him, but Will shot back, voice steady, asking what made Yvonne think he feared anyone at all. Warm earth pressed against Danan's back as tears streamed down his cheeks. Will's grip around his neck sent panic pounding in his chest, and in a low growl, Will asked why Danon had lost all his old bravado. Perched atop Danon, Will kept him still, boasting he could win easily, but found more pleasure in torment. Danon, eyes brimming with tears, pleaded for mercy, while Ivan nearby demanded Will stop since they'd already surrendered. Will just shook his head. Will closed his eyes and let go of Danon, who lay motionless on the arena floor, giving off only faint, ragged moans. One glance was enough for Will to realize the fight was truly over. Arms and legs trembling, Danon lay in the arena's dusty heart, tears streaming as his cries echoed. Will, standing firm, offered them a pause, promising only then could they try again, this time with honor and fair play. Nearby, the Warmest brothers shifted restlessly, fingers weaving odd shapes as they prepared their magic. Tense glances flashed between us. We had to end this fight quickly, or else he might miss his exam. Tension crackled as the Warmest boys whispered plans for another attack. Will shot them a hard look, the truth settling in his chest. This clash must end, and soon, before anger grew any darker. Fingers traced strange symbols as the Warmest child chanted spells. Dean and Ivan pulsed with magic so thick the crowd shivered, a chill of fear slithering down every spine. Around Ivan, The air thickened with gloom as a swarm of bewitched insects suddenly buzzed to life, their wings scraping the silence like whispers in the dark. Heavy air prickled Will's skin as a dark cloud curled toward him. Magic thick enough to taste. Whispers rose from the stands, confusion swirling like smoke among the uneasy crowd. Fingers sliced the air in strange, sharp gestures as the boys signaled Will, their voices quick and demanding. Was he ready to fight on? Magic crackled between them, and Will knew, no more waiting, he had to move. With a determined spark in his eyes, Will drew back his hand and silently vowed to find a way to defeat them as the boys dabbled in black magic, shadows crackling, a future full of questions hanging in the air. A bright, magical orb shimmered in Will's hands. Glancing at the boys, he declared they were no trouble for him at all, his words echoing with a spark of challenge. With fists clenched and a daring smile playing on his lips, Danan asked if Will could do anything at all with his feeble magic. In reply, Will hurled a surge of emptiness straight at the swirling dark cloud the boys had conjured earlier. Will raised his hand, asking for just a bit more time, then cast a spell. The arena burst with a flash of magic. He glanced up, smiled, and explained this power, absorbing insects, then burning them to ashes. Fury burned in Danan and Ivan's chests as they watched Will's magic. Disbelief mingled with rage, one effortless motion from him, and their spells unraveled into nothingness. Stars of magic sparked in the worm boy's hands. From Danan's palm, a stormy whirlwind tore loose, while razor-sharp stones, born of my will, shot toward Will. He paused, surprised by the wild strength of earth and wind unleashed. Will dashed and leapt through the air, dodging magical blasts with the swiftness of a runaway heartbeat. Danan and Ivan tightened with frustration, their spells missing, so they huddled to whisper a new plan, desperate for a way to break through. Let's ponder for a moment. What called these mystical gods to choose the boys? For instance, his patron is the god of insects and earth, while Dinan's presence hums with the wind and the soil beneath his feet. The men watched the duel, murmuring that Will held his own against two foes at once. The crackle of fading spells hung in the air. Soon the fight would end, as the boys were almost drained of magic. As the scent of sweat and blood lingered in the air, he studied the scene, convinced the battle's fate was sealed, when a girl approached, her voice gentle, asking if he could share how the fight with Will unfolded. Ari halted before the man, adjusting her scarf as a cold breeze brushed past. He recognized her, flinched, then lunged forward, hand outstretched, hissing spells like cracking thunder. "Why bother asking if you see it all for yourself?" he snapped. Magic blazed through Will's body, casting a glowing halo as he focused every sense on the fight. A man explained quietly to Ari that Will, channeling power for a magic attack, moved with the finesse only children usually master. The memory of Will's first bout on Danain lingered. The man recalled how Will dodged the incoming strike, slipped through shadows, and toppled his foe, years of training distilled into one effortless, fluid motion. Tilting his hat and cracking one eye open, the man said his will held a power that could beat not only any man, but even the mightiest beast. Ari listened in stillness, eyes gleaming, catching each word as if it were a secret. Ari recalled the moment Will rescued Saria. She once whispered in awe how he leapt to her side in a flash, leaving not a single scratch, and even Ari noticed Will's improved skills without hearing tales of bravery. Ari turned away from the man, her voice trembling as she said she needed to leave for a while. He gazed at her with shining eyes and asked if she truly didn't want to stay and witness who would seize victory as the fight reached its end. Worma's children, breathless and weary, clung to every gasp as if it were their last. Meanwhile, Will faced them, calm and unaware, remarking that the battle seemed to have ended here. Eyes dart to Danan, his guards, breathless and pale, stagger on shaky legs, spent and powerless. Will's words spark fury in Danan. Anger rushes through him like a wildfire. Magic crackled in Will's fingertips as light bloomed from his hand. He declared it was time to end the fight, swirling clouds of energy rising above his palm with a faint hum and the scent of burning air. Will swept his arms wide, summoning 2 glowing orbs above his palms. The Warmis family frowned in amazement, voices trembling as they asked what sorcery let him fuse fire and water into such magic. Twin streams of magic burst from Will's hands, racing toward the unsuspecting boys. Energy slammed into their heads, stealing their breath as water's chill closed in, trapping the Warmis family sons in a shimmering snare. Rippling water echoed as we trapped the boys, warning them, admit defeat or feel the cold grip of water steal your breath away. Vale raised his hand. Magic shimmered from his fingertip, humming in the air. With a weary sigh, he noted the boys' 4 guardian spirits were no match for him. They would need to train much harder. Glancing away with a knot of worry twisting inside, we wondered, were those boys really standing? They bent low, lapping the water that shimmered around their bowed heads. Will's face twisted in surprise as the boys' bellies swelled. After draining every last drop, they thumped their chests and roared that no one could defeat them. Will sensed the bitter tingle of defeat drawing near. With eyes shut tight, Will declared he would never surrender. This battle demanded its end. House Warmis watched him, curiosity flickering, still unable to pierce the secret stirring behind Willen's calm resolve. Ox squeezed his eyes shut and began to weave magic. Water shimmered, children's bellies rumbled softly. Danan clutched his swollen stomach, feeling the gentle tremor inside. Will stretched out his arm, blocking the path, as the Warmis boys clutched their stomachs and pleaded, desperate for the restroom. Another gulp of laughter. Will teased, of course they needed it after drinking all that water. Will faced the boys doubled over with laughter, clutching their bellies, and urged them to admit defeat and rush to the restroom while they still could. Sweat glistened on Danan's brow, but stubbornness kept them rooted. Danan called out to Will, "You can kill us if you want, but we won't surrender!" Will froze, stunned by the fierce defiance ringing in their voices, the air thick with tension and unspoken courage. Worry crept in. Had these guys lost their minds, refusing defeat, knowing they'd soon have to dash to the toilet under everyone's watchful eyes? Every Warmis clenched their teeth, nerves fraying. Suddenly, a roll of toilet paper unfurled before them, fluttering softly as it spun, filling the room with a faint, papery whisper. Tear-streaked faces from the Warmist family went slack as salty drops and spit mingled at their chins, drawing tiny insects buzzing in gentle circles above them. Around the arena, stunned spectators whispered and gasped, their sharp words swirling like cold wind. These boys had shamed themselves, faces pale and pitiful under the harsh lights. Kneeling in the dust, flies swirling above like a living cloud, the boys listened as the crowd jeered with sharp nicknames and hurled scorn at every Warmis descendant. Watching tears stream down Tannen's face, Will wondered if he'd gone too far. Yes, he'd shamed the boys before everyone, but hadn't they demanded this fight, forcing justice's harsh hand? Will grabbed the boys by their shirts, eyes shimmering with tears, yanking them close as his voice cracked like thunder. "Never go near my sister again." Their teeth chattered, terror pouring from every trembling limb. Will kept the boys at a safe distance, loudly declaring their duel over as a sour, sweaty smell drifted from them, heavy in the tense air. Fingers gripping their shirts, Will wondered if his magic, summoning that dreadful voice, had gone too far, though the lesson was earned. Faces streaked with tears, while flies buzzed in dizzy circles, their wings humming in the heavy air. Will lifted his head, the scent of rain swirling, and wondered if the gods the boys worshipped were truly worthy of their fierce devotion. Was anyone really listening in the hush? Will clutched Ivan's shirt, his hand suddenly aglow with magic. Ivan's tears glistened on his cheeks as Will let go, stared at his burning hands in awe, confusion swirling around him like the hum of a strange, wild wind. The man in the hat leaned against the arena's edge, his voice cutting through the dust. "Will, are you all right?" Will turned, breath steady, and nodded. "I'm fine." The man climbed in, boots scuffing stone, murmuring, "Now, time to end it." The man beside Will thrust his hand high and called out in triumph. Will had defeated his rivals. The crowd erupted in cheers, voices soaring and feet stomping as they celebrated Will's victory. With a gentle look, Will offered his sympathy for the sad end to the brawl and offered to help clean up, but just as the man was about to answer, a voice cut in, assuring Will he needn't worry about the aftermath. Two figures draped in mourning robes stood silently beside Artie, their scarves stitched with crests hugging their necks. A faint, chilling aura lingered as one murmured calmly that Will must come with them. In the crowded room, thick with the scent of old paper, a stranger studied the man in the hat, while Will lingered close by. The stranger muttered that the exam would proceed unless they intervened and kept things under control. The man quietly agreed. Worm's children stayed rooted to the spot, their hopes barely flickering, as restless flies buzzed overhead. Will offered to help clean the arena before the exam, but Artie gently told him not to worry about it. Next to her stood a stone golem ready for duty. She explained that once activated, it would sweep the entire room clean in a heartbeat. Will gazed in awe at the golem, broom clutched in its sturdy hand. The captured strangers announced it was time to set out. Will paused, the air thick with tension, then nodded quietly and stepped forward to join the group, his heart racing with uncertain hope. As he turned, a voice called his name, Artie, cheeks burning with embarrassment, fumbled with her scarf and quietly thanked Will for his kindness, her words trembling softly in the crisp air. Lost in thought, Will walked past strangers in raincoats. Suddenly, he turned, a gentle smile breaking through, telling Artie there was no need for thanks. After all, the boys had dirtied the arena because of him, and he was sorry he couldn't stop it. With a quick flick of his hand, he called out for Rin and Fury. Their footsteps echoed against the stone as they hurried to his side, eyes bright and breaths quick, ready to follow wherever he led. Will, Rin, and Fury followed the two mysterious figures in cloaks down a long corridor, where sunlight spilled generously through grand windows, casting golden warmth and gentle shadows across the floor. Glancing at the strangers, Will saw their auras shimmer, so carefully masked that only a subtle prickling in the air betrayed their hidden magic, as if they pressed their powers into silence to keep him guessing. Will's calm eyes lingered on the horizon. To him, the strangers smelled of secrets and purpose. If they belonged to a hidden order, then Artie must be their apprentice, battling the disaster beast beside them. Magic flickered at Will's fingertips as the door swung open, letting him step into a sunlit room where sheer curtains fluttered and carried a strange crest, matching the embroidered emblems on the strangers' scarves. With a swift glance around the room, Will's eyes caught the gleam of swords, sunlight dancing on steel, familiar blades, sparking a shiver of recognition, for he knew exactly whose weapons those were. A stranger sprang at Will from behind, his hood falling to reveal a face gleaming with a tear of joy, exclaiming it had been ages since they'd last seen the great master, while Will stood frozen, lost in bewilderment. Nearby, another stranger lingered in the shadows of his hood, confusion flickering in his stance. The attacker grinned, teasing that Will had grown soft, but Will only pleaded for peace, his voice trembling in the thick night air. The stranger kept Will's wrist in her gentle grip, confessing with a trembling voice that she'd longed for this meeting with her mentor. Glancing at the wall, Will remembered the shining swords. Must be Zenovia's, he thought, realizing at last that the stranger was her. Zenobia clung tightly to Will's neck, her tears hot on his skin. Will's heart pounded as he realized without a shadow of doubt that she had recognized him, from another life, from another time. Wrapped in the girl's embrace, Will heard her exclaim with delight. He'd guessed right. Her name truly was Zenobia. Nearby, a silent figure in a robe loomed, his face lost in the shadow of his hood. Eyes closed, Will quietly ask why she suddenly rushed to hug a stranger from behind, and she will stumble back, her breath catching in shock from his unexpected question. They turned to her, noting they hadn't even glimpsed each other's faces. His thoughtful gaze wondered who she longed to see, while a deep blush swept over Zenobia, her words catching in her throat. Tears slipped down her flushed cheeks a moment later as her shaky voice broke the stillness. Will, feeling every tremor like a true mentor, tensed and urged Zenobia to gather her strength and leave the tears behind. Fingers trembling, the stranger slips off his hood, promising Will quiet answers. Will spins toward the voice, heart pounding, and sees a familiar face glint in the dimness. Someone he has seen before, though he can't recall where. The second stranger turned out to be Milt, his blonde hair tied in a neat ponytail, glasses catching the morning light, as he noted how many days had slipped by since they last met. Milton's face flashed with astonishment, a shimmer of magic pulsing in the air the instant his hood fell. Will knew at once this magic could belong to no one else. Milton then shared, 4 of Will's own students now held the Academy's highest post. With eyes shut, Milt held out a bundle of papers, breathing in their dusty scent. He insisted that, thanks to this bundle in his hands, he instantly recognized the master. Unfolding the paper, Milt traced his finger over crowded scribbles and a crest shining at the center. He murmured that this enchanted document revealed a person's magical strength long before they even stepped inside. Will rubbed his chin thoughtfully, memories swirling of past times filling out this form, his fingers brushing over a messy desk stacked with papers, and the faint scent of ink heavy in the air. So that package ended up with the noble milkman. She described how it was swiftly sent to them to confirm if it belonged to the master, and Milk guessed at first it was a newborn, a child carrying the mother's traits. With a swift motion, Zenobia lifted her hand and declared that the moment they learned the truth, they resolved to shadow Will without delay. By design, Zenobia and Milk asked Artie to care for Will, so she would always be close, her footsteps following his, her presence wrapping around him wherever he went. Will glanced at Zenobia, catching the pride in Artia's voice as she praised her teacher. Zenobia smiled softly, her answer gentle as a summer breeze, that raising a worthy student was her duty, just as her mentor once raised her. Watching Milt, Will whispered that if he were a child shaped by this mentor's hand, he'd follow him without a second thought. He added softly that there could be no doubt Milt truly made a remarkable teacher. Chin resting in his hand, Milk mused aloud that he'd heard guardian deities doted on the pillar, loving it madly, always staying close, and we stared at Meat in wonder, sensing he hadn't changed at all. A memory flickered, Milton hastily paging through the measuring barrier's log, stunned to discover the child was a reincarnated master, surely an apostle. Will pored over these words, puzzled by the mysterious taste of apostle. Will recalled the goddess's words, the scent of incense lingering as she lifted her hand and said she hoped for his honor, for he was her apostle and must never forget who he was. Memories of Mater's old self flickered in Milt's mind as he recalled the duel, whispering of bizarre spells. He described how Mater had flashed a curse that could summon a tide of stomach pain, prompting Will to laugh that, perhaps, Mater must have wielded such dreadful magic more than once in a past life. Milt reached out, his voice trembling as he revealed the spell had shown him. Will was the master's reincarnation. Will grinned, saying that sounded like the perfect reason to finally meet. Nervous energy flickered in Milt's voice as he murmured, "Maybe they just wouldn't notice." Will stood up, silence hanging heavy, his eyes locked onto Milt's face. With a sly grin, Will hinted how cunning he could be, declaring his past brimmed with stories bound to capture every ear. Soon, Zenobia appeared behind him, her eyes bright as she eagerly asked to hear every wild tale. News of Will's story washed a shadow over Zenobia. He recalled how, at 5, she begged him to shave off half her hair. Cheeks burning, Zenobia admitted that yes, Such mischief truly could have been hers. Zenobia gripped Will's shoulders, her voice trembling. More than 200 years had slipped by, a new chapter was calling, and curiosity danced in her eyes as she asked what adventures had filled his days in heaven. Melt listened intently to Zenobia and Will, but their words slipped past him like mist. Will confessed the goddess had revealed the truth, yet now he wore the voice and form of a boy barely 10, while Zenobia pressed him. He must share all he knew. After hours passed, the boys gathered around the slot machine glow. Will confessed he finally grasped the true heart of the shadow cult. Across from me, Milt softly shared their group's secret mission, to fight and rescue, facing this cult head-on. Milk began his speech, his voice low but clear, reminding everyone that with the beast of catastrophe slain, their true challenge was to keep it from rising again. Even the rescue team must help ensure the cult never brings the monster back. With hands braced on his knees and leaning forward, Milt noted that most fanatics were just ordinary people. But at the heart of it all, a demon pulled their strings. Will sat silent, listening, his breath barely stirring the quiet air. A towering demon with curling horns thundered into the scene, believing fiercely that demons were wild, mighty creatures, untamable by any force on earth. Imagine a demon drowning in his own wicked laughter, his voice echoing like thunder, so powerful that even future warrior legends among the students feel helpless against his overwhelming force. With a mysterious flick, Milk adjusted his glasses and mentioned some details hadn't been confirmed before the monster's death. Curiosity brightened Will's eyes as he asked which details he meant. Milk's voice trembled as she spoke of even stronger demons rising, yet 4 students fought by their side and swept them away. Will listened, eyes wide with wonder, as she recalled 2 girls, a boy, and the rustle of dragon wings. Sitting across from Will, Milt confessed that these demons were once fanatics, fiery as elemental beasts, but their power swelled until nothing could rein them in. Will, curiosity burning in his voice, asked if a human could be forged into a demon. Will drew a trembling breath, admitting that after all his training to fight demons, the task now felt impossible. But Milt, settling beside him, replied softly that they were beyond grateful to have found him, and listened close, hearts open. With a spark in his eyes, Milk turned to Will, confessing how fascinating his stories were, especially those about learning in the heavens. Will, his heart light, replied joyously, amazed to hear such words after 100 years away. With a gentle smile, Milk mused on how swiftly time slips away. Hunched just a bit, laughter rumbling in his chest, he said that though he's 120, you'd never guess he's even 60. Milta glanced at Will, noticing how the man's youth glowed from deep within, energy humming beneath his skin, making him seem untouched by time. For an instant, Milta's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. With a hopeful glimmer, Artie glanced at Milt and sensed he'd hidden his feelings all along. Milt, removing his glasses, admitted Artie was right. He never dreamed he'd see the master again. With a sparkle in her eyes, Artie laughed that one day it would be wonderful if Will became an academy student, but his past must stay hidden. Will raised his hand, replying that first he must survive the entrance exams. The face of the man in the tiny hat burned in her memory as she praised Will's dazzling skill in the duel. The examiner, voice humming with approval, granted him entry to the academy without exams. Will's eyes widened in startled disbelief. Milk lifted the cup to his lips, the scent of tea swirling in the air, and quietly said he had to let Dion and Regina know Will was here. Will, puzzled, asked just how they would find out. Met lifted his hand, a ring sparkling on his finger, the summoning ring he'd crafted himself, soon to be Will's. Will blinked in awe, barely grasping how Met could create such a treasure. Will glanced at Milt, marveling at his gift for crafting wonders. Milt, wiping thankful tears from behind his glasses, smiled shyly, and, with trembling hands, activated the ring, quietly explaining its secrets. Milt spoke, fingers tracing imaginary round symbols glowing with invisible names, and asked if the boys could hear him. Yes, their voices echoed back, crisp and certain. Amid broken columns and the scent of dust, Dion balanced on rubble, bloody and bruised, while Regina's weapon glinted in her grip. Weary foes behind her stared, asking the milk, "Why does it whisper to us?" Milt leaned in, his voice weaving through the hush, urging the boys to listen close. This was vital. The master had returned, reappearing with two divine beings, and the news left Dion and Regina stunned, hearts thundering in their chests. Is the master truly the next to melt? They wondered, eager to catch a fleeting note of his voice before it slipped away like mist on a quiet morning. "Let's call the mages and speak with the boys," he said with a pleased smile, savoring the sound of their voices after nearly a century of silence. Dion and Regina replied that it had been far too long since they'd last seen their master. Will blushed, confessing he longed for their meeting and promised to share every detail. Distant noises echoed, but the boys gladly replied. Hearing their master's voice was a joy. With a gentle smile, Will closed his eyes and whispered a soft goodbye. His friends echoed the farewell, just as Milt announced time was up, and the line fell into hush. Will smiled, pleased to see that after 100 years, nothing had truly changed. Boys remained as they were. Gentle Milk still blushed at kind words, growing shy, while Zenobia sat quietly by his side, her perfume a soft whisper. At the knock, Zenobia flinched and flushed. The hour had come. Letting Artie into the room, she watched as all the boys stood up, anticipation bright in their eyes. With the scent of rain clinging to her cloak, Artie stepped into the room and announced her return. Zenobia, her voice cool as morning dew, reminded her that Will would stay at the academy, so Artie must remain by his side, always alert. Embarrassment bloomed on Artie's cheeks, warm and pink. Zenobia pulled her hand away, saying Will was about to become a student and wanted to join the rescue squad, so Artie must watch him, make sure he didn't disgrace them. Artie marveled at how easily Will got into the academy. Zenobia rested her hand on Artie's shoulder, her voice soft with certainty. She believed in Artie's gifts and counted on her to help Will. Artie simply nodded, a quiet loyalty in her gaze. Artie paused, cheeks flushing with sudden embarrassment. She quietly mentioned having a proposal for Zenobia, who leaned in with a soft smile, eager to listen as the air buzzed with anticipation. In the quiet Zenobium of France, Artie's cheeks blazed as she asked if she could study at the academy with Will. Zenobia turned to her, surprise flickering in her eyes. With footsteps echoing softly, Milt and Will took their places behind Artie, who remarked gently that she had once served as an exam assistant. No wonder she now dreamed of becoming a student herself. With arms flung wide, she looked to Zenobia for an answer, her invitation hanging in the air. Zenobia paused, lost in thought, a faint scent of jasmine drifting between them. Zenobia stepped closer, her hand softly brushing over Artie's hair, whispering a warm idea. Artie flushed pink with embarrassment, murmuring a shy thank you for those gentle words. Zenobia turned to Will, her eyes questioning if he agreed with Artie's idea. A warm smile flickered on his lips as he nodded. After all, if this charade kept his secret safe, he welcomed it without protest. Soft footsteps approached. Will gently took Artie's hands, a warm smile lighting his face as he said how happy he was their bond endured. Her own smile bloomed in return, agreeing with a soft, breathy laugh. In the dim corridor, Zenobia paused before Artie, her words soft and cool. "I have no news that might interest you," but Artie replied, her voice trembling. "I do have an exam report. Everything went smoothly, and 30 have been chosen." As these words echoed, a wave of emotion washed over Artie. A quiet hand lifted, Zenobia's, Her voice edged with worry as she asked if anyone suffered grave injuries in the exam. Red, spattered faces of the worm family flashed in her mind as she told us Dan and Ivan were badly hurt. Will stopped in front of Artie, his voice edged with worry, asking why the boys were so badly hurt after facing him. Artie lifted her hands, gentle and calm, promising him he had nothing to fear. They were injured after the match ended. The memory of holding that jar of hissing insects clung to the boys as they confessed. They had hunted for Will, plotting revenge with venomous bugs ready to strike, but the furious creatures had slipped loose, swarming over their own trembling hands. In her mind, Artie saw the boys lying in bed, the sharp scent of antiseptic clinging to bandaged bodies, and her voice trembled as she spoke of how, after that awful insect incident, they ended up wounded and back in the hospital. At Will's match, the judge assured the Worms family he felt no envy toward their powerful backers, yet Artis muttered that the troublemakers might not rest. They could still haunt Will with taunts and restless footsteps. The mention of the Worms families by the 0 column startled Zenobia, Will, and Milt. Zenobia and Milt tensed, their panic rising like a cold wind through trembling hands. Their eyes met. Milt's gaze flickered with curiosity as he asked if humanity could truly challenge the apostles. Then he covered his mouth and confessed he believed that bridging the gap between humans and apostles was utterly impossible. Distant from the others, Artie lingered in confusion as Zenobia, Milt, and Will exchanged hurried whispers. Will, fingers twitching, remembered standing by a pole with a ball, the scent of fresh grass making him ponder if they could ever reach the apostles. In a world ruled by gods, towering columns held up a ceiling alive with glowing runes. Before Will, a goddess gently caressed his hair and asked in a voice soft as silk why he dared venture through that portal again. With a gentle step back, the goddess eyed Will and asked what had drawn him here. Was he eager for secrets about his kin, or had he watched her all along? Suddenly shy, her cheeks flushed as she pondered in silence. At the goddess's turn, her cheeks flushed crimson with shame. She whispered it was all an accident. The ox's ears drooped, disappointment heavy in his eyes as her words hung in the cool air. With a graceful lift of her hand, the goddess asked if Will knew why the blessing slipped away. He had cast it aside himself, and her words struck him with a rush of anger and bewilderment, heart pounding in his chest. Memory flickered in the goddess's eyes as she recalled their last conversation, noticing that Will himself had once claimed he was unworthy even to touch the gods. Pondering this, Will admitted he might have said it, but could not remember what made him feel that way. The goddess answered that Will was an apostle, a chosen messenger of God. Will asked quietly, voice trembling like candlelight, if such an apostle might carry special powers. The goddess remembered their last encounter, the air thick with unsaid words, and realized, had the other gods not interfered, she would have spoken the truth long ago, with no fear or hesitation. On a gentle hill, Vilmus and the goddess stood still, the air thick with secrets, while other deities wandered lazily nearby. He wondered aloud about the appearance of these apostles, and she, with a soft smile, promised every detail when he next visited her. Fire flashed in Will's eyes as he glared at the goddess, snapping that his story was no secret, yet a question lingered in the heated air. Why do these worm folk have 4 gods? The goddess tensed, lost in thought, realizing Will had not changed at all. The goddess conjured memories of many deities, whispering that they don't choose people by rule or measure. Their aid comes simply because it must. With a gentle smile, she admitted sadly, not even gods hold all the power. Beneath the murmurs of fate, Will and the goddess lingered, unmoving. She mused with a bittersweet laugh that gods watch over even the unhappiest souls. In the stillness, Will nodded, agreement shining in his weary eyes. Flickering softly, the vision began to fade. Legata, sensing the moment, whispered that maybe it was time for him to return home and urged him not to visit too often. Her words caught Vil by surprise, leaving a hush in the air. A gentle smile played on the goddess's lips as she warned, "Stare too long, and sooner or later your mind will become tangled, lost, maybe doomed." Will only nodded, a hint of humor in his voice. Yes, that could be a real problem. Before he drifted back to his world, the goddess whispered a promise, her gentle voice swirling like incense. She'd find a way to reach him without disrupting her world, knowing he was not yet a god. Strange walls whispered around Will and Zenobia as they stepped close to the column, humming with a faint electric song. Zenobia noted Will's hidden strength, and he replied softly that his rebirth made him who he was, though words failed him. A glance at Milta, he explained with a quick flick of his hand, that our world's timelines drift apart, so we couldn't linger long. Yet, the strange gap was perfect for his training, an edge he couldn't resist. Candlelight flickered as Will sat with Zenobia and Milt, Fury and Rune close by. After hearing his plans, Will rose, offered quiet farewells, and footsteps echoed as he set out for Syria. A few days later, Will sat on a sun-warmed bench, breathing in the sweet grass as he watched Syria dart and laugh, chasing after the animals that leapt and played beside her. Perched on the bench, Will remembered Milt's words. The results would come in a week, and the ceremony would follow. Milt urged him to be ready, but Will, surrounded by faint echoes and dust motes, felt an odd, unwavering calm. Surya lifted Ruin into her arms, her voice ringing out toward Will, urging him not to look away. Fury stood close, silent as a shadow, while Will glanced over and warned her not to stray too far. On the bench, Will hoped for a quiet escape, letting worries drift with the wind, until footsteps stirred the gravel, and he noticed someone heading his way. The soft rustle of silk and crisp footsteps made Will look up. Graceful, in a dark hat and gloves, a girl met his gaze and said, her voice low and urgent, that she needed him. Soldiers loomed silently behind her. Warm fingers grasped Will's hand as the girl whispered her thanks for saving her in the shadowed woods. Will blushed, mumbling that there was no need. He'd only done what anyone must do. Introducing himself, Will met her sharp gaze. She folded her arms and shot back that he was from that famous clan of worms. Behind her, a soldier coughed into his hand, and for a heartbeat, the girl froze. With a gentle lift of her dress, the girl apologized for not introducing herself sooner, her voice trembling with grace. She was Tina Dia Irmadi, third princess of the noble Irmadi line, and as her eyes met Will's, she confessed how much it mattered to her to meet him face to face. In his mind, Will unrolled the old map's parchment, sensing distant ink and dust, remembering Baradova bordering the northeast, right where the empire of Irmati stretched, once his ally beneath golden sun and gentle treaties. Tina smiled, raising her finger playfully. She explained how teachers always gave students a second name, and hers became Dia, while Will, watching her, thought she truly deserved praise at such a young age. With hands elegantly entwined, Tina noted the third princess had almost no claim to the throne. Glad of it, she embraced her place at the academy, Lord Dion's letter in her pocket and ambition in her heart. Sunlight danced as Surya caught Will's eye. He turned, noticing a furry creature perched atop her head, Rin at her side, while Will introduced Surya's shadow and the girls exchanged bright greetings. Will turned to Saria with a warm smile and said Tina was their friend now, so Saria should be kinder. Saria reached out to Tina, agreeing, while Tina blushed, her heart fluttering at his words. Tina glanced at Will. He smiled and said they were friends now. In school, she'd never had a single friend, and joy surged through her chest as she pulled her hat over her face, trembling in happiness. Tina suddenly grabbed Will's hands, her voice trembling with excitement. She promised she'd be no trouble, and beamed, thrilled at the thought of making friends with these guys. From behind Tina, a soldier's calm voice broke the air, urging her to leave. Turning, Tina apologized to Will, explaining she had to go, and he, with gentle certainty, assured her they'd meet again as she walked toward the waiting soldiers. Half the warriors stood rigid before Will, hands pressed to their chests, bowing low. Will, with Soria, Fury, and Rin by his side, stared in awe at the soldiers' unexpected show of respect. Boots crunching on frost, the soldiers straightened and marched after Tina as she ran. She glanced back at Will and his friends, waving her hand with a bright, fleeting smile. Faces of soldiers flashed through Will's mind, a flicker of memory whispering he'd fought beside them before. Saria, surprise in her voice, gently asked if something was wrong. Will offered a careful smile, assuring her all was well. Will softly brushed Surya's head, smiling as he said they could keep playing. The words made Surya's eyes light up with joy. Behind a rustling tree, a mysterious girl watched. Her ear-shaped tattoo marked her, and she had already recognized Will by the laughter ringing through the air. Across from Will, Artie clutched a pistol, her fingers tense. Outside, trees whispered as leaves drifted down, while Sori lingered on a bench, head cradled in her arms. Every muscle in Will and Artie quivered, poised for the clash to begin. Will and Artie froze in battle stances, sharp eyes locked as tension hummed between them, while Saria dozed on the bench beside Fury, her soft snoring broken by restless twitches, the weight of a dream disturbing her calm. Yet Fury, lost in his own slumber, heard nothing at all. Will locked eyes with Artie, her gaze unyielding, determination sparking between them. Sword raised high, she rushed at him with a wild cry, steel whistling through the tense electric air, but his focus blazed sharper than ever. Had Will already risen, sword clenched tight? She hovered, weapon poised, the metallic scent sharp in the air. This twist left her breathless, unsettled by surprise. Will gripped the sword with both trembling hands as Artie, voice tight with worry, called out for her not to lower her weapon. She steadied her breath, pressed the blade forward, while Artie, clutching his side, stepped closer and gently touched her shoulder. Will grabs Artie by the shoulders and hurls her overhead. Surprise hangs open on her lips as she soars before landing nimble-footed, one hand pressing to the floor to steady her. Thoughts scatter before Artie can gather them. A trembling sword suddenly points at her face, her own weapon now in Will's hands. As sunlight dances on the blade, she kneels and quietly surrenders, her voice echoing surprise. The heavy sword settles into Artie's hands. At last, she senses why her teacher calls Will a master. The echo of battle still hums in her ears. Will offers a soft chuckle. Her skill with the blade is nothing short of impressive. As Will approaches Artie, a grin tugs at his lips. He can finally say with conviction that their training was intense. Behind them, Sario blinks awake, stretching and letting out a deep yawn that echoes through the morning air. Rubbing her eyes with one hand and stroking the yawning Fury with the other, Saria assured Will, her voice soft as morning mist, that she was already awake. With a flash of indignation in her voice, Saria shot the boys a glance. She'd greeted Artie while they played on, leaving her out, missing all the exciting parts. Artie and Will noticed her flushed cheeks. With a hand resting on his belt, Will asked Artie if it was time to leave. Artie glanced at Saria, her voice soft as rain, saying it was time to say goodbye, and disappointment washed over Saria like a cold breeze. Tears shining in her eyes, Saria grabbed Artie's sleeve and pleaded for her to stay and play a little longer, the scent of grass and the soft rustle of leaves wrapping their small world in hope. Artie hesitated, cheeks flushed, but promised she could stay, if only for a while. A gentle wind teased the treetops as a week slipped by, carrying the distant chatter of footsteps. Crowds drifted toward the board, hearts pounding, eager to glimpse the results of their entrance exams. Among the murmur and restless shuffling, Will lingered in the back row with Saria, Fury, and Ren, pretending to watch every movement, while his heart already braced for the results he suspected were his. Saria lifted her hands and called out, asking Will if his name was etched on that stand. Will's cheeks flushed, a shy smile flickering as he realized his name might linger there for ages. Will glanced at the display and realized, heartbeat quickening, that Ivan and Den's names were missing. Then a voice called his name, warm and unexpected, and he turned, breath catching in surprise. With a flick of a furry ear, a girl appeared before Will, her hand clutching another who looked almost her twin, voice soft as a breeze. "My name is Rosetta, and this is my sister Rosa." Roll peered out timidly from behind Rosetta's back. Rosa rushed into Saria's arms, laughter and warmth blooming between them, while Will lingered nearby, stunned and puzzled by this unexpected bond. Where did such easy closeness between the girls come from? Fingers intertwined, laughter blooming like wildflowers, Saria murmured she'd once played with Rosa, though the memory danced just out of reach. Will smiled gently, admitting today was their very first meeting. Will stepped up to Rosetta, grateful for her gentle care of her sister. Rosetta, cheeks flushed, covered her eyes, and softly admitted how much joy she found in meeting new friends and watching friendships blossom. With cheeks aflame, Rosetta flung up her arms and confessed she'd passed the entrance exam. This year she'd study at the academy. Hearing this, Will's smile bloomed, and he said it was wonderful news. With a playful wink, he declared he knew it was her following him yesterday. Rosetta, cheeks flushed rose, stood frozen, caught by the sudden music of Will's words. Surprise flickered across her face. How had Will seen through her so easily? He simply shrugged, saying softly that he sensed no threat from her, so there was nothing to fear. Rosetta nervously scratched her head, her cheeks warm with worry, as she admitted she felt uneasy hearing him speak with the princess. She whispered an apology, but he gently assured her he'd have done the same in her place. Will reached out to Rosetta, his voice warm as he hoped their friendship might mirror that of their sisters. Rosetta agreed, and their laughter echoed softly as their hands met in a cheerful handshake. Saria and Rosa giggled as they swapped roles, taking turns flustering Will and Rosetta. Will only smiled, letting go of embarrassment, his calm gaze resting on the girls, while Rosetta blushed hotly and pleaded for their teasing to stop, her voice almost lost amid fury, and Rin fanning the playful chaos, laughter echoing through the room. As the day of the grand ceremony arrived, people drifted into the majestic hall with its towering columns, settling quietly in the airy chamber while the voices of leaders echoed. Among them, Princess Tina, the third-born, read aloud from an ancient book. The room buzzed softly as chalk scraped the board and the teacher sketched symbols, while fresh faces sat at their desks, backs straight, soaking in every word like it was sunlight. Laughter floated through the room as everyone gathered around drinks. Will cradled Saria in his arms, Tina at his side, while Artie gently stroked Saria's silky hair, the warmth between friends filling the air. Lunchtime arrived. By the doorway hung a wooden sign carved with a golden loaf and wheat stalks, filling the air with the promise of warm bread and the soft whisper of harvest. Golden light danced across the table as Will and his friends, with furry companions at their feet, gathered for lunch. Rosetta raised her glass, her voice trembling as she spoke. Her village had been attacked by a demon, and though she longed to catch it, she needed their help, while Will, across from her, listened with quiet intensity. Rosetta pressed her hands to her ears, a single tear slipping down her cheek, then whispered that her patron is the god of the hunt, so she's never been skilled in martial arts. Her deity was never meant for a battlefield. Will caught Rosetta's eye and promised to join her hunt for the monster, his words carrying the warmth of friendship he couldn't abandon. Rosetta's fists clenched in joy as she thanked him, laughter sparkling in her voice. Rose gently lifted the spoon to Sarai's lips, her eyes flickering between the girls, while Will, watching the scene, mused that to face the demon, they'd need a team skilled in both magic and the dance of steel. Tina stepped into Will's path, the scent of wildflowers swirling around her, magic wand gleaming in her hand, sword and sheath shining boldly at her hip. Will stood before Tina, Rosetta at his side, declaring that Rosetta surely knew the girls already. After all, they were once pieces of Tina herself, those young women dazzled with their swordplay and shimmering spells, while Tina, red-cheeked, offered a shy smile, murmuring that Will praised her far too much. Rising to his feet, Will glanced at Tina, Rosetta, and Artie. The swift sound of steel, the scent of the forest, a spark of magic, and a gentle healer's touch. Together, they would make a remarkable team. Artie shielded her face with a trembling hand, leaning in so close to Will that only he caught her whisper. Permission from Zenobia was theirs, and they could now leave the academy walls in safety. Will's grateful nod met Rosetta's ears, which flicked in delight as she eagerly suggested she join their walk. Rosetta and Tina leaped into the air, laughter bubbling as they cried out to banish the demon at once. Behind them stood Will, hands on hips, a broad grin lighting his face, while Artie lingered behind me, calm as untouched water. From the towering crowns of lush trees, birds burst into frantic flight as the wolf's body split in two. A stranger emerged, hood shadowing his face, gripping a scepter made of spine and skull. The demon stalked the shadows, hunting for rebellion among his crew. Beneath the hood, a monstrous skull with razor teeth grinned where a human face should be, chilling the air with a cold, metallic scent. Will led the way through the fragrant woods near the palace, footsteps soft on moss. Alfred guarded the rear, while Rosetta and Tina walked between, Tina humming a cheerful tune that danced through the leafy air. Tina hugged her magical wand, humming a soft tune and smiling. As Will stepped closer with a warm grin, her cheeks blushed, catching the scent of spring in the air and noticing pure joy lighting up Will's face. Tina trailed after Will, tongue poking out, laughter bubbling between them like young friends on a sunlit stroll. Will glanced back, grinned, and said he felt her happiness bloom inside him too. Footsteps whispered through the shade beneath an old, wide-branched tree as friends wandered. Tina, trailing behind Will, breathed a promise to heal any wound fate would bring, and Will, glancing back with a smile, assured her they counted on her gift. Will wondered aloud if Tina could heal wounds since the god of water watched over her. Tina smiled softly, her fingers aglow, and whispered that he had guessed right. Tina lifted 2 fingers, sparks in her eyes, listing her guardians, gods of thunder, air, fire, and ice. Will blinked in surprise and quietly added, she had 8 pillars, among them the god of humans. Tina waved her hands anxiously, her voice trembling as she pointed out that rare souls like Will could command a single guardian deity. Will slipped out of the room, asking her to stop with the praise. With gentle courage, Will spread his arms before Rosetta and declared she would have a guardian, the god of the hunt. Rosetta caught his gaze, scenting the promise in the air, and gave her silent nod. A bow gleamed on Rosetta's back as she turned, declaring she could track any creature and wield the weapon with skill. Soon the demon would have nowhere to hide. Above, a bird darted through the whispering treetops. Thick leaves rustled as the children stepped among sprawling trees and bushes. Rosetta stretched out her hand, pointing sideways, her voice trembling with excitement. Look, the village is visible from here. Will and Tina walked up to Rosetta, their eyes tracing the horizon. Rosetta breathed in the crisp air, noting how the villagers lived by hunting and selling sheep, calling it a perfect place to settle, and Will, with a soft smile, quietly agreed. From their perch atop the low hill, the boys gazed out over the village, roofs shining in the morning light, fields rolling beyond, the sweet scent of tilled earth carried on the breeze. The villagers reminded her of Rosetta, the same pointed ears, dark tattoos on their arms, the scent of earth clinging to those planting grass, while others hammered wood, sweat glistening in the afternoon sun. Rosetta stepped toward them, lifted her hand in greeting, her voice bright with joy as she welcomed the villagers. The man with the tattooed face and the woman beside him recognized her at once. Rosetta stepped closer, the villagers' whispers swirling like autumn leaves. Why had she returned so soon? Had she failed the test? Laughing lightly, she waved away their doubts and announced she'd passed and joined the academy. Blushing furiously, Rosetta scratched her head as villagers flooded her with greetings and admiration, the pride of her village, now that academy doors had opened to her. Behind her, Will and the girls stood quietly, certain this was truly Rosetta's home. Rosetta pointed to the boys and announced, bright-eyed, that she wanted everyone in the village to meet her friends. In Villa, Rosetta introduced Eridith the swordsman and Tina the healer, and the newcomers bowed low, warm smiles mixing with the faint scent of fresh grass, honoring old friends in Rosetta's childhood home. Warm sunlight danced on the elder's face as he clasped Will's hand, saying how glad he was to meet Rosetta's friends. Will's smile glowed, their hands firm in a grateful shake. Arms wide, Rosetta called out to the villagers. Their mission was clear: destroy the demon. Cheers soared, laughter ringing, as hope's scent filled the morning air. An elderly man approached Tina, his voice full of gratitude as he thanked them for answering the call for help. Tina lifted her hands with a bright laugh, saying it was her joy, especially as a friend of Rosetta. Will turns to the old man, the scent of pipe smoke curling in the air, and quietly asks for more about the demon that attacked their village. The elder nods, eyes clouded, ready to share his tale. Memories flickered. He recalled their first encounter with the demon. A villager was the first to see it, herding sheep as his dog sniffed the damp grass, when suddenly the demon stood before him, silent as a shadow in the mist. Memories flickered as the man spoke of seeing the demon. Panic seized him. He bolted toward the village, shouting for the sheep, but the creature swept in, snatching many and crushing their crops, leaving bitter ruin in its wake. Enthralled by the tale of the demon, the group left the village, footsteps crunching as they hurried to where it first appeared. Vil traced gnarly bark. Rosetta knelt, eyes narrowing at curious tracks. She called out, excitement sparkling in her voice. Rosetta placed her hand beside the enormous print in the earth. Its shape echoed that of a demon bear, and the boys, catching sight of it, gasped as awe rippled through the crisp, earthy air. Crouching low, Rosetta studied the rustling bushes, convinced the trail vanished there. The team guessed the demon had slipped back to its lair, and dusk crept in as they followed the fading puzzle through deepening shadows. A breath of damp earth mingled with the silence as the heroes stepped onto a sun-dappled clearing. Ahead, a small shadowy cave yawned, and someone whispered they might have found it. The last footprints vanished at its mouth. Beneath the thick scent of crushed leaves, the boys huddled in the brush near the cave. Rosetta's eyes caught a flicker inside. Their target must be hiding there. She glanced at Tina, curiosity in her soft whisper, asking what held her attention now. Tina stood frozen, mouth agape in wonder. A soft gasp escaped her lips, hanging in the air as if words might tumble out at any moment. With a hopeful glance, the girl asked her team if they could use magic. Tina, puzzled, leaned in and softly asked what exactly she meant. A grin flickered on Will's face as he admitted Tina's plan had its own sharp logic. Tina scratched her head shyly, a small smile blooming, while Rosetta promised that with her bow and Tina's magic, the demon emerging from the cave wouldn't stand a chance. With a beaming smile, Tina promised the team they could count on her, while Rosetta explained that Artie must strike the demon with her sword. Artie nodded firmly, saying she understood, and Will agreed he'd be ready if things went wrong. As the group huddled close, Rosetta's voice floated through tense air as she asked if all were ready, then began the countdown. Moments later, the operation began. Tina lifted her finger to the air, whispering a spell, as a glowing magic orb shimmered into existence above her, humming with energy and casting soft light on her face. With a flick of her wrist, a roaring fireball shot toward the demon's cave, crackling through the air. Suddenly, she blushed and murmured that perhaps she'd overdone it. A smaller flame might save the woods from burning. A deafening roar shattered the air, freezing the girls in place. In the next heartbeat, a massive bear burst from the earth itself, its fur bristling as Tina gaped in shock, growls echoing as the beast lumbered closer, breath steaming wild and thick. Frozen in terror, Tina and Rosetta stared at the hulking beast. Rosetta's eyes widened as she gasped, "It really is huge," while Tina squeezed her eyes shut and let out a piercing scream. In a heartbeat, he stood among the girls as they slid swords from their sheaths. The air rang with the metallic song of steel slicing through silence. Artie closed in on the monster, her sword blazing with light as the demon bear froze, teeth bared, caught in a snarl that echoed with the scent of fear and burning metal. With a soft whisper, Artie slid her sword into its sheath and announced with quiet confidence that all was ready, just as the demon bear crashed to the earth. Tina, cheeks flushed with shame, hurriedly apologized, her voice trembling as she admitted how the monster's size had overwhelmed her senses. Tina praised Artie, marveling at how steady and confident his grip on the sword was, calling him a true treasure, while Rosetta, with her sharp eyes, admitted she hadn't spotted the enemy, yet Artie handled it in a flash. Of course, that's exactly what one would expect from his pupil. Then Artie's eyes shifted to the hulking demon bear, its musky scent thick in the air, and he marveled at its monstrous size. Rosetta stared, startled by his words. She stepped up to the demon bear, arms open wide. Agreeing with Artie, she remarked how right the girl was. The fur looked thick, but up close it felt surprisingly thin beneath her trembling fingers. Suddenly, attention swung to Will. He ran a thoughtful hand along his chin and asked Rosetta if this demon bear ever feasted on herds of sheep. Puzzled, Rosetta found it odd and set off to explore the cave, footsteps echoing softly. Will turned to Artie and suggested they scout the area while she and Tina handled the bear. Rosetta whispered that her knife was razor sharp. Artie nodded, fingers curling around its handle, ready to begin. From the shadowy cave emerged Will and Rosetta, breaths misting in the cool air. Will turned to Tina with a sheepish smile, apologizing softly for staying hidden much longer than they'd meant to. After a careful glance, closing his eyes, he found it strange. No bones, no fur, no trace of life lingered in the cave. Perhaps another demon claimed the sheep. He studied the massive claw, lost in thought. Rosetta glanced at the bear's carcass, her voice trembling as she said they'd need to find another demon to stop it from pouncing on someone else. Will stepped closer to the remains, praising the girls for their fierce work, while Artie, brow furrowed, quietly asked what their next move would be. With a sly wink, the ox grinned and offered to lead the bear to Rosetta Village. The girl's gasp cut through the air, disbelief lighting her face as surprise burst from her lips. With a sidelong glance at the girls, Will mused that a bear carcass would make fine payment for all their losses, then asked their thoughts. Tina called him a friend and agreed, while Olena gently said it suited her too. Will turned to Rosetta and gently asked if she was all right. Surprise flickered in her eyes before a trembling smile broke through her tears, and she softly thanked the boys, her voice warm with gratitude. Will suggested the girls gather everything and carry it to the village, so the townsfolk could choose their fate. He pointed out the fur was massive and heavy, while Rosetta murmured that only the pelt was safe. Demon-tainted meat must be left behind. Tina suggested they build a fire by hand, without magic, letting the smoky scent drift as they roasted meat in the flames. When suddenly, Will's eyes locked on a furious creature leaping from the shadows. In a flash, fury tore out of Will's body and darted away. Will reached out, desperate to stop him, shouting after the fleeing shadow, but deep down, he knew. Fury could never be held back. Fury burst into the torn body of the demon bear, swelling larger by the heartbeat, devouring the flesh with a deep, sickening crackle. The men watched, frozen by horror and the stench of blood thick in the air. Bewilderment washed over Will. Never could he have guessed Fury was capable of this. Rosetta and Artie watched, wide-eyed, as the demon bear's limbs melted and fused with fury, while Will and Rosetta stood, utterly spellbound. Awe filled Rosetta as she watched pieces of meat melt away into Fury's body, each shred dissolving before her eyes, the smell of iron and something raw hanging heavy in the air. Rosetta and Tina studied the tiny woolly creature, noses wrinkling at the musky scent. Rosetta was stunned. Only fur and fangs remained, when suddenly the beast released a wet, pungent clump, and Tina realized it was digested food. Fury shifted uneasily beside the dark mass. Rosetta noted its ghoulish resemblance to humus, while Tina whispered in awe, unable to grasp how something like this could ever form inside Fury's body. Tina threw her arms around Fury, her admiration glowing. She thought this slime was truly amazing. Just then, Rosetta spun toward them, her breath ragged with outrage, and shouted, her voice crackling with anger. Whipping around to face Will, Rosetta's voice trembled as she cried out, hands clenched. How could a mere slime digest a helpless demon? Disbelief flashed in her eyes. She insisted Fury must be something else entirely, while Will scratched his cheek, admitting he truly knew little about Fury's abilities. Will turned to Rosetta, his voice warm as he said they should get moving. One last sweep around the pasture, searching for any missed clue. Rosetta nodded, determination in her eyes, promising to walk by his side. Warm grass tickled their ankles as the group entered the meadow. This was the place. Broken fence beside the woods showing where the demon bear had stamped through, the still air holding a whiff of fear and crushed sap. Rosetta knelt beside the trail, her fingers brushing the earth. She caught the mingled scent of sheep and something darker, the demon's tracks fitting perfectly. Rising, she nodded toward the opposite ridge, urging the team to search the hills nearby. Deeper in the shadowy forest, earthy scents swirling, Rosetta's eyes caught something strange. She called out, her voice echoing with excitement as she shared her curious discovery with everyone. Suddenly she gasped as wolf tracks appeared in the muddy earth, their musk drifting on the cold breeze. Were even wolves demons now? Will guessed wolves, not the demonic bear, had stolen the sheep, but Rosetta mused aloud. If the wolves hunted in a pack, they might have joined forces with the bear, slipping through the night together to snatch away the sheep. With her hand pressed to her lips, Rosetta noticed the footprints were still fresh. Someone was moving ahead, and hunting sheep here must be easy. She urged the boys to look closer. Tracks ran together, as though the sheep walked in a group. But could that happen without a shepherd? Rosetta's eyes widened as she spotted the impossible. 11 perfect footprints in the dust. Will's breath caught and he blurted, "How can that be? Are you sure you didn't count wrong, Rosetta?" Rosetta assured him that every calculation was flawless, her voice steady as she urged the boy to keep tracing the footprints. Their sharp prints led straight into the echoing darkness of the cave. With the sharp scent of sheep in the air, Rosetta explained she'd found no trace of wolves. These sheep had wandered here themselves, fleeing demons. The group asked if that was even possible, and Rosetta, shaking her head, insisted that though they might doubt her, animals simply couldn't have arrived here on their own. Tina said quietly, "I believe you, Rosetta." Artie nodded, her voice soft as silk. "I trust you too." Rosetta smiled shyly, warmth flickering in her eyes, and thanked them both, her words fluttering like a gentle breeze. The girl stepped softly toward the cave, announcing her plan to scout the area. Then, catching a flicker to her right, her breath caught at the sight of something utterly unexpected. A shadowy creature hurled Rosetta aside. She flew through the air, heart pounding, as Will caught her, asking softly if she was all right before turning away, his breath quick and sharp in the tense silence. The boys paused, the scent of wild grass carried to them, when a tiny goat appeared. Rosetta murmured, "Something else is there." Tina's eyes darted sideways, gesturing. Behind the goat, sheep grazed, first 8, then 10, clustering quietly. It really does seem that way, Will nodded. The 11th footprint belongs to this tiny goat. Rosetta stretched out her hand, her voice ringing clear, certain. She'd never mistake sheep tracks for those of a goat. The goat let out a strange bleat. We watched, wondering if she truly guarded the flock, as Rosetta marveled at how something so small could shield so many sheep. With a warm smile, Will explained they had come to slay the bear demon for the village, and, thanks to the goat, ended up saving every sheep. Now he chose to take the goat along, who bleated eagerly, and Will thanked him, while Tina watched in awe as Will chatted with his new 4-legged friend. His name is Kiki, Will discovered, as the boy spoke of long days spent among sheep, scaring off wolves, and quiet nights huddled in a cave, the scent of damp earth clinging to their clothes as they hid from prowling predators. Each day battling monsters to shield the herd, pride swelled in his chest for staying and lending his strength, but now a gnawing hunger claws at him, relentless and sharp as the night's wind. If he can understand the goat's stories, he's no ordinary creature. Perhaps a sacred beast stands before us. With the girls nearby, Tina admired Kiki's wonder, and Rosetta confessed she wished for such a goat herself. Wolf howls tore through the silence. Will and Rosetta froze, then crept from the cave, expecting a lone shadow, only to see a whole pack glinting in the moonlight, circling them, breath steaming and eyes aflame. The goat burst into battle, someone's desperate cries to wait lost in the chaos. He charged ahead, hooves thundering, smashing into wolves and sending them scattering with wild force. Amazed, Rosetta watched as the child struck true. Fear clung to the wolves like cold mist, forcing them to act with trembling urgency. Rosetta drew back her bowstring, arrow poised, while Tina whispered a fire spell, sparks crackling in the air. Artie slid her sword free with a whisper of steel, and Will's fists glowed with swirling magic. Soon, curiosity would lead them to check if all the wolves were truly gone. Rosetta nodded, the earthy scent of moss swirling as she remarked their numbers matched the prints hidden in the thick undergrowth. With smoky breath and wild hearts, Tina recalled how they conquered the demonic bear and wolves, their friendship shining brighter than fear. Yet the scent of sheep still lingers, so she must wait for their safe return home. The boys raced toward the village, hooves and laughter echoing. Villagers wept with joy to see their sheep safe, begged them to stay, but with grateful smiles they declined. Saria and Rosa awaited them at the academy. After a quiet moment, Rosetta expressed her gratitude, her voice warm and soft. Tina smiled and promised she needn't worry. After all, they had shared laughter, and more than anything, they were friends. Melting chocolate danced on Will's tongue. These souvenirs were pure delight. Tina turned to him, eyes sparkling, and asked if she might try as well, or perhaps she wasn't worthy of such a treat. Will praised their teamwork. Tina deserved just as much recognition as the rest, he said, pressing a cookie into her hand. She grinned, declaring she'd try it if Will believed, and with one bite, rich sweetness melted on her tongue. Eyes sharp as hawks, the cult members watched. The leader's finger sliced the air and, with a guttural command, ordered his followers to destroy them all. Tina, slumped beneath the rustling tree, murmured how exhaustion pressed heavy on her bones. Will offered her an encouraging glance, noting they'd not paused for breath since the moment they left the village. He suggested she could return to resting if she wished. Tina turned with a sigh, shaking her head. Rosa and Surya were waiting, she reminded him, and urged him to hurry home through the soft evening air. Rosetta's eyes flickered with confusion as she watched the child and turned to Ula, her voice tinged with unease, asking what they meant to do with this boy. He seemed fearless, even among wolves, his presence almost monstrous. With nowhere else to go, Will admitted, he chose to take the little one with him. Caring for it felt light as air. Rosa, catching his words, smiled warmly as the boy gently stroked the soft goat, happiness twinkling in his eyes. Something caught Will's eye. He froze, heart hammering, then snapped his head toward a sudden crackle. Above, a fiery sphere blazed across the sky, painting the night with light. With excitement sparkling in his voice, the boy called out to the girls, then turned to Artie to invite everyone over. Suddenly, a deafening blast thundered as a giant cloud of smoke billowed toward the sky. Smoke curled from Will's shield as he stood firm, the metal warm beneath his hand, while behind him Rosetta, Tina, and Artie gathered close, hearts pounding in the thick haze. Will shared how everything happened in a flash, marveling that they had escaped such a blast, while Artie admitted that, in that wild moment, she simply chose the safest spot, right beside them. Demons in strange masks crept from the smoky blast, hissing and swirling as they circled the boys. Back to back, hearts pounding, the group braced for battle amid prickling fear and the scent of scorched earth. Will's brow furrowed as he faced the stranger, confusion in the tension-filled air. Artie spun around, eyes sharp, and declared they were cult hunters. Realization struck the boy, and in that heartbeat, Tina cried out in desperation. Tears spilled from her eyes as memories rushed back. The sound of clashing steel, her friend fighting desperately against the cult's hunters, then vanishing forever in that ruthless battle. Will's sharp, intense gaze landed on Tina, making her heart leap. Color rushed to her cheeks and she froze, but with a sudden warm smile he soothed her fears. Everything was fine, nothing to worry about. With a knowing smile, he added softly, "Just use magic so they'll believe these are demonic wolves in human form." Tina closed her eyes, focused on swirling thoughts, and nodded in silent agreement. Arrows whistled from Rosetta's bow as she fought to keep up with the cult hunters. Frustration sparked in her chest. At that moment, Tina's cry split the air as she lunged forward, hand raised, heart pounding at their swift moves. Rosetta reached out to Will, her voice trembling with uncertainty, craving his advice. He urged her to seek the source of magic, and even the echo of his past self nodded in silent agreement. A wild wind slammed into Will, fierce as a hurricane, ripping trees from the earth and whittling them smooth as logs. I tried to warn him to be careful, but he cut me off, insisting all was well. Blinded by the blinding light, the boy struggled to see, but as the lightning spell crackled, every cult destroyer nearby was hurled skyward, and a fierce glow erupted around the demons, scorching the air with electric fire. Yet the only reason they overcame this magic was because it spread too far, leaking into every crack like cold fog on a restless night. Rosetta, her face set with gravity, revealed they'd been driven back by a single spell that crushed the destroyers. Neither she nor Tina could grasp what strange power lingered around those two demons. With a steady tone, Artie assured them the demons still lived, a warning wrapped in urgency. Because after losing a leader, destroyers usually scattered, yet these two pressed on, relentless footsteps echoing in the smoky air. Rosetta glanced at Tina, searching her eyes for courage. She nodded, and in that heartbeat, their swords flashed, cold steel singing in eager hands. With Rosetta's bow drawn, Artie's grip fierce on her sword, and Tina's wand pulsing with magic, the girls exhaled relief at last, the air sweet with triumph after felling the final marauders. Will stepped closer to Tina, concern flickering in his eyes. She answered with a shy smile, the scent of relief on her breath, hoping the worst had passed. He murmured, a hint of pride in his voice, that together they'd been unbelievably stubborn. Tina stumbled over her words, meaning their revenge, but before she could finish, a demon lunged at her with a clawed hand. The destroyer conjured a seal, his movements shaky from sickness, yet suddenly, the mark vanished from his skin. With a wild scream, the demon shot into the air. The goat had tossed him high, bleating playfully and filling the air with joyful noise. Confusion gripped Will, unsure if life still pulsed within him. while Rosetta stood behind, her breath catching as disbelief shimmered in the air, the world spinning with uncertainty around them. To outsiders, it looked as if Will had been defeated by a child's blow. How pitiful! Rosetta burst into mocking laughter, praising the child for such astonishing power. Artie saw the cult hunter freeze, shock flickering in Will's eyes. At that instant, the demon sprang up, his mask soaring from his face like a startled bird. Confused looks darted among the boys. By all logic, he should have vanished. Fabric tore off the destroyer in strips, and Artie, voice ringing like a warning bell, shouted for everyone to back away, sword flashing in her grip. The destroyer morphed into a true colossus, one arm swelling monstrously and snapping Artie's sword with a crack that echoed. Anger flashed in her eyes, yet secretly relief sparkled. At last, he was here. The demon's teeth gleamed as he unleashed a menacing roar. In that instant, the devil himself appeared before the boys, muscles straining as if about to rip apart, voice low and smoky as he rumbled thanks for bringing him back to life. Already seasoned from clashes with demons and battles with dark spirits in a past life, he never noticed the precise moment when the fiend, shrouded in ash and whispers, was reborn from its vanished shell. Now trapped in a child's body, Will lay motionless, unsettling the nearby girls until one nervously called out. Without hesitation, the youth sprang forward, heart pounding, determined to attack the demon no matter the cost. With lightning speed, he tore through the air, trailing a wild gust behind. The demon laughed, but a swift kick cracked against his head, unyielding bone. Grabbing the boy's leg, he growled he would never surrender so easily. Fingers clenched like iron on his ankle, the cult leader grinned wickedly and promised to crush his will like a tiny bug. Curiosity had betrayed him, and the boy, heartbeat thundering in his ears, never sensed the danger waiting ahead. A demon's guttural growl thundered as he hurled Will to the floor, swearing to grind him into mince. Tina's terrified scream rang out as she pleaded for help, her voice trembling with fear for Will. Arrows and blades hammered the demon, fueling his rage until he roared like a storm. She hurled back blows with every trembling muscle, but her strength faded, while his laughter surged, eyes turning night black, whispering only futility. With a sly smile, he turned to Artie, sensing her silent thought. If only she split him in two, everything might finally fall into place. In that instant, the devil stared in shock at his hand, gone from where it should have been. Behind him, Will realized that even the thickest hide could be cut, a faint metallic scent in the air. His body, worn to the bone, trembled in exhaustion as a joyful chorus of girls called his name, their laughter ringing like silver bells through the air. Death hovered close. Will felt it, just a heartbeat away as the demon gripped his wrist with icy fingers, eyes burning with wild, furious rage, lost in some dark, mindless storm. With that same bright grin and boundless confidence, Will declared he'd just realized he was as mortal as the rest. They caught a whiff of brimstone as the devil bared his teeth, snarling, rage trembling in his voice. A demon's hand unfurled, clawed fingers stretching as he warned the boy, "Don't get cocky." His voice slithered with menace, for in many ways he towered above them, and tonight he planned to wipe them out. At that very instant, the monster's head flew aside, its face frozen in a wicked grin. Will gripped the glowing saber as a blast of wind erupted from his mighty swing. Will, fear flickering in his eyes, spun toward the girls. They stood oblivious, laughter in their voices while the demon's corpse lay behind them. Tina and Rosetta cheered his speed, and he nodded back, grateful and bashful. Artie, despair clinging to his words as he realized he had just destroyed her as a fencer, fumbled for an apology, when suddenly Tina caught a glint of something entirely unexpected. The devil's body twisted and melted, flesh bubbling into a dark liquid, thick steam hissing from the slashed wounds, filling the air with a scorched, sulphurous stench. Approaching her with hope flickering in his eyes, the boy pleaded for clarity. But Artie only shrugged, confusion clouding her face. She doubted any good could come from it, and he stood there, lost in thought, uncertainty thick in the air. Cold magic crackled in the air, but as he cast it, icy numbness crept over him while the demon kept melting. Thunder flashed, fire roared, wind howled. Nothing worked, so his trembling hands turned to water. At last, it seemed the water magic took hold. The beast shrank as glistening black patches bloomed where droplets hit. Tina guessed in a hushed tone that their efforts were finally working. He pressed on, but suddenly the demon twisted, emitting guttural noises and shifting shape. Then a sharp crash shattered the air as Saria accidentally broke a plate in the children's room. Someone's gentle voice asked if everything was all right. Saria explained how her plate had shattered with a sudden crack, and the girl watching the children gasped, her worry sharp as the shards on the floor. Her heart clenched with worry, pity blooming sharp as rain, so she gently cupped Saria's cheeks, voice trembling with sorrow, but reassured her, "I'm all right." It turned out Saria had just glimpsed her brother. Rain dripped from his hair as he stood, stern and silent, when she suddenly glimpsed glimpses of his shadowy past. Her brother, who once only threw fists, now unfurled wings in the trembling air. In an instant, Saria realized he was a tenerbus. Though he stood before her, shadowy echoes of another being shimmered behind him, a creature crowned with 4 whispering wings. At last, the showdown began. Artie's fingers gripped her sword, her heartbeat loud as thunder, while before Will, a towering shadow beast appeared, a winged wolf with a third eye burning in the dark. Disbelief clouded his mind. This couldn't be him. The creature was short, its shape all wrong, maybe a distant kin? But the real Tenebrous towered with a 9-foot head, a 6-foot tail, and 3-foot boosters. Yet Will couldn't understand why his foe held back. The air tinged with the musk of the beast god. Maybe fear kept him away, or perhaps he never meant to fight at all. Tenebrous no longer looked at Will. His gaze locked on Rosetta, who stared at the strange wolf in stunned silence, her breath shallow, fear trembling in the air like a cold whisper. She simply couldn't comprehend what had happened. Not long ago, Tenebrous had been a terrifying beast, power crackling in every step, unmatched by any. Then suddenly, someone called out softly to Rose, breaking the heavy air. Will's urgent call crackled through the phone, panic sharp in his voice. They didn't grasp the danger, yet he ordered them back to the academy for help, while he would try to hold the threat at bay himself. Rosetta caught a whiff of danger, her voice trembling. Too risky, she warned, while Will stood steady as stone, insisting the peril belonged to them, untouched by fear, as though harm would simply glide past him. Tina opened her mouth to protest, but the boy cut her off, urgency blazing in his voice as he begged them to run, to vanish into the night and bring help before it was too late. Memories of her friend bloomed once more in Tina's mind, wrapping her in the gentle scent of spring. Tears filled her eyes as she realized how vital that support truly was, and her strength began to crumble. Rosetta pleaded for her to listen to Will. Startled, Tina spun around, her breath sharp in her chest, and cried out the girl's name. Clinging to him as she was pulled away, she begged him to hold on and not vanish. Will promised he'd return alive, his voice trembling with hope, while the anxious girls dashed off, determined to find a way to save him. A shimmering ring spun in the boy's trembling hands, casting a silent spatial seal. The distant voice of Zenobia carried through, though he wondered how much longer he could hold on as they searched for help. He explained that it was Will, and that a monster had attacked them. They were fighting it now, breaths quick and fists clenched. But the voice from the ring didn't believe him, suspicion lingering in the cold silence. Will repeated that it seemed to be a tenebris, one of those catastrophe monsters, or perhaps its offspring. News crackled through his ring. Reinforcements were on their way, asking him to wait, a heartbeat holding safety above all. Artie said the ring was more than gold. It was a voice, the teacher's whisper curling in her ear. Will promised answers, his words gentle, but now enemies demanded all their senses. So Artie nodded and surged back into the fray. At the thought of her fighting alone, Will's heart clenched and wouldn't let him rest. Nearby, the boy ran his fingers along her shattered sword, lost in the sharp ache of worry. No ordinary sword could harm the beast of disasters. Resisting it seemed hopeless. Something had to be changed. The girl blushed, cheeks glowing softly, embarrassed by the boy's daring actions. Suddenly, a new sword gleamed in the girl's hand, replacing the broken one. Joy sparkled in her eyes, and the boy quickly explained he'd forged it in haste, yet promised it would not fail her. Artie instantly thanked him, breathless with relief. At last, a real Tenabri emerged before them, the air heavy with its smoky scent. Vel watched, making sure the girl was ready, for this fight would be side by side. Behind, the slime and the goat shuffled, and Artie nodded without a trace of fear. Will summoned every ounce of strength for this final stand, declaring the catastrophe beast could no longer run. His deadly blade spell crackled, transforming Tenebrous into a snarling monster, far darker than before. Out of nowhere, two disaster monsters lunged, their sinister grins dripping with mockery. I thought hope was lost, but the boy, voice trembling yet calm, asked her to wait just a little longer. With a sharp cry, he summoned a seal onto the earth. Suddenly, the ground split, and earthy hands erupted, gripping Tenebrous's paws with silent, stubborn strength. "They caught me!" the boy cried, his voice slicing the air. Just then, heavenly arrows whooshed from the sky, whistling as they plunged toward the elemental monsters. "So that's how!" he exclaimed, bewildered at his own capture, as the zebra unleashed a fierce, trembling cry, steam curling from her nostrils, her growl rising with thunder until, in a flash, dazzling light burst from her. Fingers broke through the soil, trembling as they loosened the monster of catastrophe, and Will whispered that this beast could wipe out all magic with a single sweep of its massive wings. Determined not to let a single scratch touch his skin, Will summoned a seal cracking with hidden power, holding back the beast of disaster, but already it trembled and groaned at the strain. A ripple of surprise passed through him as, out of the shadows, a beast emerged, filling the air with a chilling cry that twisted like the scream of a wounded goat. To everyone's surprise, it was the tiny goat who had leapt at Tanbrala. Will broke into laughter and praised the bold little kid with warmth in his voice. A glance at the newborn kid, and suddenly, in its place, a mighty beast towered, muscles rippling, breath steaming, filling the air with a wild, earthy musk. Outrage flashed across his face as he spotted the glistening slime. He remarked they'd grown so large, now pondering it all, realizing it was really a contest, the air thick with rivalry and restless anticipation. Growls and shrill cries burst from Will's beasts as they closed in from every side, pinning the monster in a blur of claws and fangs, so fierce that the young man wondered if these wild allies still needed his command at all. Monster eyes snapped open wide. With a guttural roar, it flung slime and goat aside, scattering them across the ground where their bodies crashed together in a jumbled mess. The beast shot a furious glare at the wounded animals huddled behind it, their desperate cries begging the wild creature for mercy, while she warned him, "Touch them, and you'll walk away without your paws." A low growl rumbled from his chest as he shot a sharp glance at the girl, who spat out, dripping with disdain, that he was pathetic. Just then, glowing sparks darted at her, drawing a shriek that sliced through the air. Wind rushed to the girl, breathless, introducing himself. She quickly apologized, explaining she hadn't seen them as she sat on the grass, leaning on her hand, lost in her own quiet world. Mist swirling around him, the boy startled as he brushed her hand, fearing their magic might carry a curse, yet hoping all would be well. Nimble and harmless, he knew only a clever plan could save them from defeat. A spark lit in Will's eyes as he pondered a new kind of magic. Thoughts of his brothers floated in, drawing a smile across his lips. If he dared to blend water, earth, and air, victory would be his. A torrent surged toward the catastrophe beast. The moment it grazed the monster, icy water blinded him, drenching his senses in a cold, splashing trap. With a sly grin, the youth confessed he'd hurled earth and water magic to blind and deafen the beast's monstrous face, then taunted the roaring elemental, knowing it could no longer harm him. He warned him not to tidy up. Even the mist's magic would falter here, powerless against someone with gifts that matched his own. Cool water magic hissed through the air, dissolving the beast's fury. Memories of battles with his brothers flashed sharp and bitter. He knew he had no choice now but to act. A fierce light burst from the monster's jaws, blazing with coming disaster. As the delicate tearl slowly dissolved, excitement shimmered in the beast's wide eyes, and at last, a piercing howl shattered the air, with foam streaming from Tyrrell's lips. A slyer grin lit his enemy's face. Poor Will felt poison creep beneath his skin, slow and cold, paralyzing inch by inch, yet he still couldn't grasp what it meant to quiet his own power. Tenebra flares with scorching rays, cloaking itself in a shield of shimmering magic sigils and humming with fierce, unseen power. Awareness flickered in his mind. This foreign power stripped him of strength, the seal in his hands trembling and cracking, yet near the heart of it all, he sensed a fragile sliver of effort still within reach. In that instant, she lunged at Tenebral's monstrous head, her blade slicing through its hideous core. Vil cried her name into the echoing chaos, but without turning, she shouted back, promising to keep its fury on her. Huge goat Villa crashed his horns into Tenebral's body. Sticky foul slime splattered onto the beast's paw, in an instant turning it jet black. Eyes shining with sorrow, Will admitted everyone had gathered just to support him. The youth absently pressed the finger with the signet ring, whispering at last he still had a little time left to endure. Suddenly, clarity struck him, a flash of understanding. He'd finally found what he'd been searching for. Mustering his last strength, he declared to the hulking monster that he would shatter its power, and in that heartbeat, a slow, relieved smile crept across his face. He had found his escape, while a trickle of blood slid from Tenebrold Glov's lips, warm and metallic, leaving a cruel stain. Exhausted, he sprawled on the earth, eyes blank with disbelief as we watched, a flicker of anger in the air. He had made it to the heart, dreaming only of crushing the power, never of slaying the beast whose hide seemed unbreakable. After careful thought, they agreed. The clumsy brothers' duel had only helped him, and the memory of those boys pretending to be someone they weren't flickered in his mind like restless shadows. Realizing her wound was grave, he sensed RT needed urgent help, while she, clutching the injury, stared at him and whispered that he had cursed her, terrified and desperate to prove herself right. Will reached out to Artie. A gentle hum filled the air as a shimmering field wrapped her in warmth, healing her wounds. She could feel his powerful magic pulse, and the force of it unsettled him deeply. Artie continued, her voice trembling, saying this creature was incredibly powerful. No weapon could bring it down. She remembered a little girl confessing her failure to the master, even though the demon had no arms or legs. Laughter bubbled from Will as he called Artie a true prodigy of Zenobia, ruffling her hair and softly saying, "It's nothing now, the worst is over." Artie glanced at him, awkward warmth coloring her cheeks. Shadows of his past lingered behind him, whispering to her that understanding them would forge her into a true warrior. Crimson blooming on Artie's cheeks, she gathered courage and tried to speak again, voice trembling with hope. Stunned, he recognized little Zenobia. Quickly, to distract himself, he asked about her sword. She blushed faintly and confessed in a soft voice that her weapon had suffered a few small damages. But it was exactly this ease that let her master him. Her sword, forged from unyielding metal, shimmered with magical strength, light in her grip, its ornate patterns whispering power as it fit perfectly in her hands. Artie paused mid-sentence, her lips trembling, searching for words. The silence grew heavy, air thick with tension, until Will broke in, offering her the sword, but only if she promised not to ask a single question. Goat and Sliz had begun to take their true shapes at last. What a relief to see them trailing behind. While he gasped for breath on the cool earth, exhaustion weighing every limb, and she sat quietly nearby, whispering that she too was spent. Gratitude blossomed in her voice as she thanked Will, her fingers tracing the flawless blade he had forged. At last, the weary heroes could breathe easy, their journey's dust settling gently around them. After a fierce struggle, Will and Artie finally defeated the catastrophe's monstrous guardian. As the creature crumbled to ash, only a glowing core remained, humming quietly in the smoky air. None could imagine victory would come just because water magic, with its swirling mist and cool, echoing droplets, was his hidden weakness. Will pondered, sweat beading on his brow, how he'd fought on equal terms, countering every move, until, in a quiet snap of flesh, his body yielded, letting death slip in as enemies closed with a fatal blow. Suddenly, from the shattered core, a wing unfolded with a sharp rustle, catching the boy's breath. Then several dragons spilled out of the egg, scales glimmering, filling the air with a metallic, smoky scent. Will stood frozen, overwhelmed by the mystery of their arrival, the air buzzing with uncertainty. Suddenly above him, the master's pupils soared into view, their appearance stirring the wind and his heart alike. Breathless, Rosetta urged Tina to hurry, their footsteps echoing on the cobbles as distant danger crept closer. Tina pleaded for a moment's rest, but Rosetta reminded her of the lurking monster, driving them onward in desperate search for help. Danger loomed if they delayed. Tina, heart pounding, saw the image flash before her mind, desperate to escape it, when suddenly a voice called out to the girls, sharp and unexpected, slicing through the tense air. The call echoed again, and Tina whispered to Rosetta that she heard their names floating through the air, when suddenly voices rang out from above, sharp as bells, making the girls look up in startled wonder. Rosa shot Tina a fierce glare, worry flickering between them, until sudden smiles bloomed, for above the treetops, 2 dragons soared, carrying Will, Artie, Zenobia, and Milt beneath their shining wings. After all their wild adventures, the smell of old books wrapped around them as they landed in the principal's office. Milton's curious eyes sparkled, hungry for every detail of their forest ordeal. With a swift turn, Zenobia faced Rosetta and Tina, realizing she'd never introduced them to the old man. Her cheeks warmed with guilt as she invited them at last, the missed chance gnawing especially during the Enlightenment ceremony. Introducing Milko to the circle, her voice rang with pride, though inside, he winced at being the younger one. Still, she pressed on, declaring him a powerful mage and one of the directors, respect crackling in the air. News struck Rosetta and Tina like thunder. One whispered that meeting him was an honor, but Moloko just laughed, warm and bright, and said there was no need for such ceremony here. Whispers about Tina had reached him. Rumor had it she and her friend were Zenovia's brightest. Even Milt sang their praises, and Tina blushed, uneasy under the principal's warm approval. Milt had turned to Rosetta, the scent of pine lingering as he spoke. Her reputation as a hunter rippled through the halls, yet she flushed and shook her head, insisting quietly she was nowhere near so skilled. Zenobia leaned in, eyes wide, asking for the story. Rosetta began, her hands drawing a massive bear in the air, while Tina cut in, insisting it was a demon wolf with monstrous wings that tore through the silence. Tina and Rosetta spoke of the cattle struck down in Rosetta's hometown, the demon's shadow still haunting their words. Then the air crackled, and a fierce battle erupted, darkness twisting as Tenebrous emerged with a shiver. News of Tenebres struck Rosetta like a sudden chill. She couldn't believe it at first, but Tina whispered the truth with trembling certainty, recalling how Will had once spoken the monster's dreaded name, breathless from his encounter. Awkwardly clearing his throat, Vil tried to start a conversation. He wanted to talk about it. Meanwhile, Zenobia and Milt whispered Tenebrus's name more than once, the air thick with awe at the power of that legendary monster. No mage ever guessed that a monster of evil, or Tenebrus, had existed. After it was destroyed with its apprentices, only scattered whispers remained, clinging to seekers who somehow knew more than they should. The Grandmaster and his disciples had defeated the mighty Demon King, bent on wiping out humanity, yet whispers of their triumph swirled in shadows, skillfully hidden by the Guardian's secretive hand. Confusion washed over Zenobia, leaving her frozen and lost, while Milk, voice sharp as a blade, declared herself in charge. Her boldness stoked a burning fury in the man's chest. Shadows played on her face as she pondered, whispering that all they could do was skirt the topic, shroud their journey in secrecy, the oath of silence binding every word with invisible threads. Suddenly, Will realized he too had signed those same papers, though he couldn't remember doing it. Dim fragments flickered in his mind, his hand moving, ink scratching out his forgotten signature. Zenobia promised in a hushed whisper that these secrets would never leave the room. But Will's mind raced. What would happen when the truth of the forest finally broke free? He wondered if Tinny Brace and the Catastrophe Beast were names once whispered in fear, titles of the Demon King defeated by the Great Master and his students, while bandits who attacked them were loyal followers, lurking in devotion. The rescue agency was born to destroy and defy this cult. No living soul could even dream of the secrets its keepers guarded, secrets thick as incense and heavy as whispers in the dark. Zenobia guessed the teacher had already whispered every secret to Tina, while Will breathed relief. His silence about the monster's resurrection and his true origins now felt like a hidden blessing. Rosetta's eyes grew solemn as she admitted they'd whispered the same secret to her, and she believed truth held a rare magic. Zenobia gently added, only someone with Rosetta's gift could help them, so they'd come seeking her. Awkward laughter slipped from the girl's lips as her cheeks flushed. Will suddenly saw how much Rosetta resembled Tina, yet Rosetta couldn't grasp the bond between Artie and Will, while Zenobia sipped from her cup, stalling for the right words. At last, she admitted they'd found out ahead of time. Students at their academy had caught whispers that help was needed. Will offered an awkward chuckle, but now sat in quiet stillness. Tina realized why he was always so ready to fight. Rosetta sensed the hidden truth. They all knew, but their lips stayed sealed, while Will wrestled with how to confess he was a 200-year-old man and an apostle at once. Zenobia wanted to hear the moment all the pieces fit together. A full report from Will and Artie about the place where the demon fell. The boys nodded, the air humming with anticipation. She began her report, her words sharp and clear, drawing in the directors, their eyes wide with curiosity. They'd hunted tales like this before, but never had they heard anything with such electric force. Milt recalled tales of people turning into demons, but witnessing someone who'd vanished become a demon, or seeing a demon ascend to a higher rank, was a first, and the strangeness gnawed at his mind like a cold wind. At first, Zenobia thought it was foolish, yet she asked them to stay inside, not to step out. Tina agreed without hesitation. Their fear clung to the air, uncertain what turn life would take next. Although the demon held a high rank, only he and Artie knew its true nature. The others, caught off guard, still carried doubt. It was hard to believe that this nightmare was finally gone. Even if fate keeps Tina from the throne, the Empire will not so easily let go of its heir. The bear demon still breathed, Tenebrus vanished into the shadows, and Milk's calls met only static and an eerie hiss. At last, he managed to reach the right person, the crackling line hinting someone was listening. Urgency filled the air as Milt turned to Will and Rosetta for support. Will strained hard to grasp what had just happened. He replied that enemies stronger than Tanabe's had appeared on the horizon, their silhouettes bristling against a stormy sky. Tina, curiosity burning, asked who they were, but to Rosetta it seemed impossible to know, while Will couldn't grasp why only he and Rosetta had been summoned for such a task. Tiny sisters of Will and Rosetta rushed through the chaos, their pitiful cries ringing out, arms outstretched as they flung themselves into their siblings' embrace, their hair fluttering and the scent of dust clinging close. With a trembling voice, the teacher apologized, confessing he could no longer contain the students, and anxiously asked to meet as soon as possible. In return, we apologized too, admitting we troubled them greatly. Saria paced anxiously, fear twining around her heart as she searched for her brother. She needed to see with her own eyes that he was safe. Will apologized, voice gentle, promising he was all right, though his torn clothes sent a chill through his little sister's bones. The moment their souls exchanged, the angel's body collapsed limply to the earth, while the beast lunged forward with a guttural roar, claws slashing at the hero. She echoed his words, teasing that he must be joking. He apologized, grinning, then declared they had a new family member. She rolled her eyes in disbelief as a goat's bleat filled the room, joined by Saria's delighted cheer. In Will's room, Saria tried to teach the goat to give a paw, laughing as she named him Belyash. Suddenly, when Belyash gently pressed his hoof to her head, warm blood began to trickle, painting the air with shock. Will burst into laughter at the absurd scene, but the girl, undeterred, smiled and asked him to try again, inviting him to watch her hand and mimic her every graceful move. Each of their beasts shimmered with a divine power. Rune, too, pressed her warm paw to Saria's head, her tail flicking in delight, clearly fond of the little ones, Saria especially, who named her white-furred favorite Snowflake. The little goat seemed to enjoy his new home, no longer a wild thing, though now and then he'd nudge Will's leg with a mischievous bump, leaving Will puzzled but amused, the air light with peace and laughter. A sudden knock at the door cut through his thoughts, a voice gently asking to come in. Just as he reached for the handle, the girl urged hurry, and he replied he was almost ready. Then surprise froze her in place. Stepping in, she didn't expect so many animals. Each greeted her with a different sound, filling the room with their voices. The ox gave a sheepish grin, saying Saria thought their menagerie still lacked company. Duty pulled him to take her to kindergarten, but Artie insisted on escorting them. He sensed Zenovia's silent instructions in her words, urging Artie not to worry, not to follow, just to wait. Yet she firmly wished to go alone. With a warm smile, Saria gently turned to Will's sister, her voice tinged with quiet empathy as she let them know she would join their small circle. "We need to hurry now," the boy insisted, while Milk spoke quietly to Will, the odd sensation of a child's body clinging to him, magic flickering weak and unsteady in his trembling hands. Disbelief clung to him. How did they split the core in two? Vil was certain it couldn't be done, but friends' encouragement and Artie's chaotic moves let him focus, unleashing every ounce of strength at the demon. The hiss of water magic burned the demon, freezing its movements, yet the beast of disasters strained, trying to channel its energy. Only now did they discover the demon's hidden weakness. No one here could unravel his actions or guess the true power of this monstrous disaster, but thanks to their efforts, the secret finally fell into place, and Milt's suspicions rang true in his chest. Andy leaned in, his voice calm but intense, saying he had one offer and 3 requests. Will, caught off guard, listened closely, heart pounding as anticipation filled the quiet air. He asked if they could help him first with the investigation into the catastrophic monster and its minions. Will nodded, the hum of quiet resolve in his voice, agreeing to join forces. Miltz assured Will he could step into his office at any time, the scent of parchment and ink ready to guide him, every document within reach to lighten the poet's task. When investigations begin, Miltz promised to let him know, and Will quietly thanked him, a gentle nod betraying his relief. He brought up his request, hoping Artie might become his mentor. The scent of old library books lingered as he admitted they both needed constant practice, and with her help, wandering the school would finally feel free. Someone might suspect, Will mused, that he, the most gifted at handling divine beasts, was training alongside a girl, while Zenobia fed the animals, their musky fur brushing against her palms, and Milk insisted on official guidelines to certify the creatures. To master their craft, relentless training was essential. Rivals waited, eager for a chance to join forces, yet Will knew results could deceive, as everyone mistook scores for true talent. With a nod, Milt said they could move on to the second part, curiosity sparking in his voice, leaving everyone wondering what secret he longed to share. Curiosity gleamed in Milk's eyes as he wondered about Rosetta's hunting skills, tales of her prowess, tracking beasts through dew and tangled wildflowers, sparked awe in his heart. Despite her limited combat experience, her archery skills astonished everyone. With a gentle nature and compassion that warmed her sister and friends, Zenob found himself utterly captivated by this remarkable girl. She believed their little team of 4 was something special. Each balanced the other with skills sharp as sunrise air, Will the mage, already deft with a sword, Tina the healer, and Rosetta, the silent-footed huntress. Will nodded, words steady, as he promised he too wanted to work together again. Milk's eyes shone with gratitude as she said it meant a lot. Then the boy leaned in, voice tinged with curiosity. What was the third request? He'd thought they'd covered everything. Yet the man pressed on, his voice low and insistent, wishing to discuss Rosetta's future here. Will shifted uneasily, confusion flickering across his face, not fully grasping the meaning behind these words. He wished Rosetta would become Regina's apprentice, for no one matched Regina's skill with blades. Her arrows sliced the air and swords danced in her grasp. Yet even knowing its benefits, he could not grasp what troubled her heart. Irritated, Milt grumbled that Regina was no longer teaching the newcomers. Will's cheeks flushed as he realized it was about her, and the man confirmed, warning it would take time to explain. Will waited patiently, heart drumming. 90 years ago, he recalled, Regina devoted all her heart and spare moments to a single student, cherishing him with a deep love and respect that echoed through quiet afternoons. Demons stormed her hometown and swept across the land one day. While Regina shielded her people, he stood at the gates, body tense, acting as a living shield against the shrieking clawed dark. After a while, they returned, breathless and determined, finally defeating the demon. Yet too late, for the student lay dying, fading away with a gentle smile as Regina stood victorious over the fallen foe. She had raised an astonishingly gifted student, and now, on the day of that decisive battle, he stood at his teacher's side, heart pounding, seeing every moment unfold before his very eyes. The demons proved far too powerful to face alone, their plan so precise, ensuring Regina was far away when they set upon her cherished student. After that, all she said was that she would never take on another student. The words trembled in the air, cold and final, echoing like a door shutting forever. Will longed to know if Rosetta could truly be trusted, or if perhaps he should clarify his question. Milk's calm voice assured him that Rosetta's heart was grieving, for she had lost her best pupil, just as Will knew all too well the ache of losing a comrade he'd fought beside. Warm sun spilled across the room as Zenobia remarked they must find a way to bring her back. Time had slipped quietly by since then, and soon they'd understand why someone begged her to take Rosetta as an apprentice and told him this tale. The memory of losing his beloved student stung like cold air. Once a master himself, he felt the depth of Regina's pain in his very bones and longed to help her come back. They agreed to try and convince her. Milka's eyes shone at his mentor's reply, though he quietly warned against high hopes, yet a stubborn certainty glimmered. The master's words just might stir Regina's heart. To be certain nothing was left unsaid, they asked again. Milt nodded, gratitude shining in his voice as he thanked them for listening, and the man gently reminded everyone of what they'd spoken of before. Without warning, Zenobia insisted they start at once, her voice sharp as peppermint, asking Milt to lend his room for the investigation. Caught off guard, he froze, silence swallowing him whole, unsure how to reply. At last, she suggested he start by clearing his cluttered office, so crammed with junk even a master couldn't find a needed paper. Her words stung Milt, hot anger brewing in his chest. He turned to the girl and remarked there were many important things in his office that shouldn't be thrown away. Zenobia, voice tinged with sarcasm, wondered aloud which treasures he meant, and awkward silence wrapped the office. He lets the guys know he'll reach out a bit later, though in his former life, he insisted that every detail must be planned and precise. With a hint of irritation, he remarked that next time he entered this office, he hoped the interrogation room would be spotless and free of clutter. Milk, cheeks flushed, nodded in understanding and whispered an apology. Will stepped through the door and saw a girl waiting, her calmness unshaken while the clock had long struck. Her serene face surprised him far more than her beauty. Realization dawned on him. The girl had been waiting right here all along. She soothed his worries, whispering it was simply part of his mission, and he could only exhale, powerless beneath the calm she radiated. A message was sent to Artie to ask if she had a moment. Sunlight spilled into a cafeteria-like room where boys hunched over their table, their laughter mixing with the clatter of cutlery, mentioning how she needn't follow him everywhere just because he'd once asked. A flush crept up Artie's cheeks as he insisted irritation wasn't the cause, though a girl's unwavering, solemn gaze unsettled him. Now, gathering himself, he spoke, and awkwardness passed to her, but a burning question lingered on his tongue. In the end, curiosity sparkled in the boy's chest. He confessed he couldn't grasp why she longed to break the distance, drawn by her burning desire that only pulled him closer, heart thumping with wonder. Flushed cheeks, the girl burst out apologies, her hands fluttering as she insisted he misunderstood, while he blinked in confusion, assuring her he hadn't thought anything. He was just curious, that was all. Worry coiled inside Artie as whispers swirled. The whole room sensed these events were no accident, each breath heavy with suspicion. Knowledge of Tenebros lived in her breath. Zenobia had surely spun tales of him. When he attacked, his crazed joy drowned out any introduction, for all about Will and that beast was already etched in his mind, leaving her flustered by her own words. Guilt tickled her chest. She should apologize for uncovering the secret he'd hidden for so long, though she guessed he would gently wave it off, whispering that everything was all right. Let's linger on Artie for a breath, for one mystery still lingered around him, the truth of his real name. She doubted the soft will that rolled off his tongue was truly his own. The stranger called himself Adelfus Worms, giving proof that this was his name in a past life, and as Artie turned to Will, awe swept over her. She faced a true master. You may not believe me, but the other teachers can vouch. Once they were my pupils, Vil confessed, his voice low. To his astonishment, the girl replied softly that she believed him, sensing an unusual soul before her. Surprise flickered in his chest. She believed him so quickly, as she softly explained that while reincarnation was rare and only whispered about with proof in their time, memories from a past life were rarer still, almost mythical. No one could imagine an 8-year-old boy outsmarting the mightiest wizards or fierce demons, a feat only a grandmaster could achieve, and yet Will insisted he'd won only with her steady support by his side. Thoughts swirling like autumn leaves, the girl remembered something else. Animals must have their destinies too, she mused. The boy nodded eagerly, confessing he wanted to speak of them all along. With a trembling voice, he confessed the goddess had reshaped him, certain he walked blessed by the heavens. Later, he shared with Artie the path from his own death to the present, each memory heavy as an autumn rain. Confusion clouded her mind. These divine guardians, beasts, and half-bloods made no sense, until now, when the truth struck her. Only magical creatures could wield such might, their power undeniable as thunder in the air. With a hushed tone, the boy entrusted his story as their secret, known only to Anobia and a few teachers. She'd promised with a gentle nod to tell no one, yet the mystery of why he chose her still lingered in the air like an unsolved riddle. He explained that he trusted her as deeply as he trusted himself. The girl, cheeks flushed and breath caught, was stunned. Yes, she'd risked her life for him, though he once insisted anyone in her place would have done the same. Lost in confusion, the boy fell silent, but then, gathering his thoughts, he made a quiet request to Artie. She sensed something stirring in the air and listened to him with all her heart. In his dreams, she stood shoulder to shoulder with him, facing the monstrous terror. He longed for a brave and noble ally at his side, ready to defy evil just as they once did a century ago. Fingertips brushing her lips, the girl paused, inhaling the scent of old wood and whispered secrets. Being near the master meant learning every hidden truth. With bright eyes, she confessed it an honor, promising not to let him down. Will thanked Artie softly, wishing she would always see him as just Will, not some grand lord. Artie's smile flickered as she replied, "As you wish, Will," and I hoped their partnership would blossom. Curiosity lit the boy's voice as he asked how she felt about training today. She laughed, promising to teach him new tricks. But suddenly, hurried steps and a sharp knock outside called for Will with urgent news. Worry flickered in Tina and Rosetta's eyes. They'd just learned he wanted them to join him. 4 steaming teacups waited on the table, their warmth curling slowly into the quiet air. Will admitted their training was exceptional. He'd seen it in the crackle of exam nerves in the forest when they saved him. Yet the girls, sweat-slick and breathless from daily drills, puzzled over his sudden offer to join forces. Tina brushed off her fighting skills as useless, feeling like dead weight. Beside her, Rosa, winded and weary from the last mission, remembered how they'd both had to dash for help when their strength failed them. Certain they'd say yes at once, he invited them to listen, impatience and the scent of anticipation swirling around him as he burned to act. United, they must face the monstrous disaster ahead. Endless training hones their skills and magic, sweat and sparks mingling in the air as the promise of victory burns in their hearts. His true purpose was clear: to gather them all to face the beast of catastrophe. Everyone listened intently, the air thick with realization, each heartbeat echoing their understanding of the mission. Even without time for joint training, school lessons would fill the air with knowledge and sharpen their tactics. Tina, ever diligent, needed no worry, yet uncertainty flickered in his chest. Trust isn't the issue. Unlike the others, Tina and Rosetta are still academy students, untouched by the army of salvation. Tina carries a princess's scent, and Rosetta thinks often of her sister back home. Catastrophe on the battlefield would sweep them all away. Those thoughts faded as Tina, anxious and voice trembling, confessed to Vila that strength was slipping from her fingers, leaving her powerless for the fight. Often she lost herself and ran, slipping deep into the bushes. In battle, helplessness clung to her like cold mist, and she confessed she could never forgive herself for it. This time, courage flickered in her chest. She longed to face her fears, stand with Will in the clash against the monster, determined to prove she was strong enough to shield her friends from its looming doom. Rosetta felt Tina's thoughts ripple through her own heart, nodding with every word. She longed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Will, ready to fight the demon by his side, the air buzzing with silent resolve. If their lands fall, innocent lives could be swept away like leaves in a storm. And if harm comes to her sister, guilt will haunt her forever, its shadow heavy with the scent of rain and sorrow. Her heart burned with the wish to grow stronger, not just for Rosa, but for Will too, her friends. The truth hummed in the air. Together, they had to lift each other up, and the boy marveled at their fiery resolve. With a quiet, warm smile, He apologized for pressing his requests, yet relief shimmered in his voice. Everyone had stepped forward, offering help and a comforting unity. A restless urge pushed him to ask again, needing to hear their promise. Would they truly stand with him against the beast of disaster? Laughter and warmth bloomed as the girls declared, "Of course we're friends, we'll be by your side." Will suggested they start training right away. The girls nodded eagerly, their laughter echoing across the grass, and as the sunlight danced, memories of his once little student standing beside him returned, filling him with quiet gratitude. Before them, Will stood calm and steady, his voice a gentle encouragement as the girls circled, fists clenched, hearts pounding, ready to prove themselves in the tense dance of hand-to-hand combat. Regina called out over the clatter of tools. The day's work was done, and everyone should head back. Yet flames danced in her eyes, ready to teach the boy who dared pretend to be a master a lesson he'd never forget. In the training hall, a crisp shot rang out, straight to the mark. Rosetta made it, her hands steady, the smell of gunpowder in the air, while behind her, Will praised her with bright-eyed delight, saying she was brilliant. Burning too much magic just to hit the mark wasn't worth it now, he thought. Rosetta murmured an awkward thanks, while the skills honed through training proved a silent strength in every challenge he faced. Just a week into these lessons, he swapped the steady rhythms of his family estate in Worms, where every day rang out with routine drills, for the unfamiliar echoes of a new training ground. When magic flows freely inside, the body trembles as if waking, a tingle humming through every limb. At first, some energy slips away, but with time, the current grows faster, control sharpening, movement and power dancing as one. Behind Will and Rosetta, the crack and hiss of fireballs echoed. Tina hurled them with fierce precision, hitting every mark. Will called back, his voice warm, promising he'd seen her brilliance, and she did wonderfully. Wheels singing against the gravel, Artie, chasing the wind, sword glinting, raced with the others toward the last girl, adrenaline buzzing in the air. Her blade found every target, scattered in every corner. A sigh slipped from her lips, melting into a smile. This was what Artie expected, flawless mastery of the sword. At first, each step fumbled, awkward, but as magic flowed through the room, movement found its rhythm, and Artie laughed softly, admitting she felt wonderful today. A warm smile played on Rosetta's lips as thoughts of their shared strength danced in her mind. Will gently promised her not to worry, whispering that she was already finding her own victories. So much speaks in favor of these two, disciples of great sages, so now calm reigns, letting her heart rest. Lost in thought, the girl catches the scent of incense and surprise flickers in her gentle breath. Will quietly told Tina her magic wasn't improving. Her blazing fireballs sparkled through the air, but always missed their mark, leaving Tina stung by his indifference, her hopes flickering out like weak embers. As the air shimmered with the scent of burnt herbs, Tina realized Will had used magic in that duel. He nodded, admitting it with a flicker in his eyes. Later, Will spoke to Artie, who eagerly quizzed the master about close combat, and he encouraged her with a warm, steady voice. He boasted of mastering magic's force, but promised she, too, could unlock that power with training. Her mind raced with possibility, the air charged with hope as she vowed to give her all to reach that goal. Curious, he asked how she liked the new sword. With a gleam in her eye, she said its weight and length matched her perfectly, as if the blade was simply an extension of her very own arm. After felling Makuma, the dreaded bear demon, the sword seemed to dance in the hand, suddenly weightless, but with each strike, its hurriedly forged blade dulled and cracked, stealing away its former strength. She can truly be proud of this sword now, a creation born of her own inspiration, every shimmer on its blade proof of her careful eye for detail, the chosen materials humming with readiness for any battle. She'd already unraveled his tricks, yet her mind itched with a different question. The scent of mystery still clung. Where had he found such rare, otherworldly materials for this blade? Brimming with excitement, a wise youth and a master swordsman joined forces, forging a blade as splendid as any legend. Zenobia oversaw every spark, while Milk's fortune fueled the fiery work. Will insisted such things didn't interest him, while the girl sighed, regret lacing her breath. She had just thanked her sword, her voice soft as dusk, and he raised his brows in surprise at the sword's secret name. Thoughtful, wrapped in the dignity of a true swordmaster, he bristled with weapons. Before lifting Artie's blade, skill was needed. First, the magic within must awaken, humming quietly beneath his breath. Will toyed with Rosetta's tempting offer, the hint of her perfume swirling in the air. But if wizards outdo even the finest smiths, his thoughts drifted to a workshop forged by hands conjured from stories. Confusion danced in Ville's mind. Why was this sword called terracing? As if answering, the blade revealed its secret. Rosetta watched Artie, mesmerized by her fluid grace, doubting if she could ever match such skill. Tina hurried toward Will the next morning, waving eagerly, her voice trembling with excitement as she announced the start of fascinating lessons. Rosetta chimed in, promising a wonderful time for them both. Tina burned with a desire to top the medical class. Rosetta called her over. Let's join forces. By some wild twist of fate, we'd chosen the same electives, and now the rivalry would begin anew. Tina leaned in, her voice a soft question. Had Will received his assignments? He hesitated, words tangled. Eventually, there'd be something for that looming semester's end exam. The girls glanced at each other, taken aback. With an edge in her voice, Tina snapped they'd never work together again. Rosetta had waited for this reckoning, and guilt fluttered cold in the boy's chest. Two worlds met in Rosetta and Artie, completely different spirits. The vendor suggested a new saber might intrigue her, while Artie, smiling to himself, knew this was just another classic Will move. Academy life pulsed with new urgency after Will destroyed the beast with breathtaking skill, yet showed no wish to wield such power again. Rosetta doubted she could ever reach such dizzying heights herself. In the director's office, as the scent of polished wood lingered, the boy announced Will Worms had arrived, was granted entrance, and sensed a casual, friendly tone would greet him. Slime and the goat darted to the door with lightning speed while the boy rushed after them. Then his eyes caught something strange, halting him mid-step, heart pounding and breath hanging in the quiet air. On the sofa sat another figure. When addressed as Will Worms, the man nodded in recognition, his voice warm with memory. He hadn't seen Will in ages, and greeted the stranger as Regina, curiosity shimmering in his gaze. Her palm slammed against the table, sending a sharp thud through the air as she ordered him to step back, her eyes blazing, every word meant for him alone. Laughter rippled as someone teased her for being just as shallow as before. Stunned, she snapped at him to shut up, calling him a brute, while a gentle voice called her name, coaxing quiet from the storm. Dion confided to Will how, in his new life, he questioned Milton and Zenobia about every story, unraveling each detail with the careful patience of a cat stalking its prey, the air filled with quiet curiosity. Will answered Dion, his voice echoing through the dust of ages. A whole century had slipped by, and he longed for Dion to grasp it. He too once stood tall, 2 meters, a full 100 years ago. Dion chuckled, remarking that if things were like that 100 years ago, now everything had turned upside down. Will Grind nodded, marveling at how much had changed, confessing he still couldn't believe it. Regina cried out to Diana, "Stay away from him!" In one swift motion, she lunged at the boy, clutching his collar, her voice burning hotter. "You fooled Zenobia and Milt, but you won't fool me." The magical creatures bustled, their voices weaving through the air, while Zenobia watched with quiet sorrow as Master and Regina quarreled. The boy turned to Fury and Belias, assuring them with a soft voice that all was well. She was a friend, not an enemy. She guessed he would keep pretending to be their master, but he cut her off with a bold claim that he truly was. The girl, eyes bright with curiosity, asked for proof, promising with a soft smile that she'd gladly agree if it were true. Memory flickered in his eyes. "Regina, you must remember the promise you made to me as a child." A gentle wind rustled as she turned, surprise dancing in her voice. "What promise?" A memory flashed through her mind, a promise made in trembling voice to become strong, a vow etched in her soul. Will reminded her she'd sworn to care for her weapon as faithfully as for her own dreams. Fury burned in Regina. How could this be? He was only 5 then. Curiosity tugged her forward, and she slipped into his lab. The scent of dust and salt filled the air, and the sight of stuffed sea creatures made her weep in fear. "Master, you promised to keep this secret," the girl reminded Will, her voice soft but urgent. Yet he only replied with a sly grin that nothing was proven, then tapped the sword and glanced at Zenobia, who had once begged for his silence. Confusion flickered in Zenovia's eyes, but Regina was already screaming with joy, tears sparkling down her cheeks as she threw her arms around the master's neck. He gently urged her to calm down, his voice soft amid the joyful clamor. Curiosity sparkled in Zenobie's voice as she turned to the master, still puzzled by Regina's secret with her sword, while Regina quietly confessed to Vil how much she had missed his presence. Daon stretched out his hand, joy sparkling in his eyes as he greeted him, saying how glad he was to see him healthy. Will's heart warmed, equally delighted by the reunion. Turning back to Dion, a sudden thought sparkled. One more old story might seal the truth. But as he began, Dion assured him, scenting the weight of old dust in the air, he'd never doubted a true master stood before them. As they finally met, the crowd held its breath, waiting for Will to share what had happened to him over the past 100 years. He guessed she knew it all from Zenobia, yet she stayed silent, letting every ear thirst for his own words. Regina's eyes sparkled with curiosity, impatient for tales of how he defeated Tenebris, and I yearned for every detail too, but the boy was held speechless, trapped in a fierce, breath-stealing embrace. With a warm smile, she gently tugged his hand, guiding him to the sofa, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her eager invitation to share every detail took him by surprise, and the sweetness of her attention made his heart skip. Will kept puzzling over Regina's mysterious actions as she wrapped her arms around the master with a blissful smile, savoring his nearness, yet the secret of what truly stirred between them eluded him. She smiled, saying he'd grow up soon, so she wanted to hug her little master while she still could. Will, startled, murmured she could do anything she wished. The tale unfolded after Will's rebirth. When Regina learned the truth, her eyes flashed with fury as she vowed never to forgive those who tormented her mentor, swearing to wipe out the parasite's entire family. "No need to worry about me," Will soothed her, his gentle voice rising above the soft rustle of grass. "They do no harm, so we pay them no mind." With a sorrowful sigh, the girl nodded, eyes drifting to the silent, dusky horizon. Deanna told Regina that those with power must tread carefully. Her certainty rang in the air, yet she still gathered everyone close, uniting them with unwavering hands. Each of Will's students arrived as children, but Dion he raised straight from the egg, the eldest, the first, the unspoken glue that gently bound them all together. Regina sensed the trouble they'd caused Dion, a bitter taste in the air, yet he protested at once, words tumbling out, insisting he'd only done his best. Light footsteps behind Dion. Will's voice broke in. "You're doing great," he said, surprising the first year with warmth. The hard work glowed in Dion's eyes, and together gratitude sparkled between them. Tears rolled down Diola's and Lenny Tier's cheeks. Their voices trembled as they apologized, overcome by emotion. Will soothed them, urging calm, while Belaya gently licked salty tears from his cheek, soft and caring. Will, cheeks flushed, apologized softly, admitting his youth. Dion only smiled, calling Belierche a wonderful child, yet made clear he wouldn't let him walk all over him, to which Dion assured him all was well. With a quiet rustle of papers, Milt shifted to the next steps, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he wondered how things unfolded with Tina and the girls. "I'm fine. We've started training," he replied, wiping sweat from his brow, and added softly that he intended to end the beast's rampage. Milta leaned in, curious if his true identity would be revealed. He confessed only Artie knew. Compared to Artie, Tina seemed unready for this. Maybe she never would be. Their worlds barely touched, while Artie already belonged to the rescue squad, dust and adrenaline clinging to him like a second skin. If anyone found out, he'd have to disappear, the scent of fear heavy between us. Dion thanked me softly, gratitude flickering in his eyes for my understanding. Will leans in, his voice low. He needs to talk to Regina. Rosetta, one of Master Word's hunters, is among the students. Regina nods, saying she's heard Rosetta praised before, known for demon-hunting whispers. The idea slipped from his lips. Let her take Rosetta and teach her students. She sighed, a hint of sorrow in her eyes, and quietly reminded him he knew she wasn't meant to be a teacher. Milta would fit that role far better. On paper, Milk City had already joined the Master's Registry. Zenobia was now officially Artie's teacher. Dion had taken Tina as his apprentice, leaving her the last without a student, silence swirling around her like autumn leaves. If Milt is only pretending to be a master, taking Rosetta as another apprentice would weigh heavy on him, yet we'll be amazed at how sharply she reads everything, every sigh betraying her insight. Within this hush, thick with centuries of secrets, the Council of Sages gathered as always, and as a mentor, he delighted in watching wisdom unfold like incense curling in quiet air. With complete certainty, Diana nodded to Regina. Milch called Diana's name aloud, agreeing she should take a student, while Regina's lips pressed together in disappointment. Vil sensed this question had danced around them many times before. In the quiet room, Regina traced her regrets with trembling fingers, wondering who deserved a student, her voice barely a whisper as she sought her mentor's advice, unsure of her worth, but the master only smiled, unconcerned by her doubts. Struggling to explain she hadn't fully healed, the girl caught Wilden's unwavering belief in her strength. Dion quietly added, if she felt unready, it meant their path ahead would be even harder. Worry tingled in Regina's chest. What if she embarrassed her student again? Will reassured her softly, promising they'd do everything to prevent it this time. Regret flickered in her eyes. She wished she'd done more back then. Will wondered if that piercing thought haunted her always, and maybe that's why now she poured all her energy into a different student. Regina trembled as fear tightened around her heart, unsure if she was ready, but Will's confident smile lingered like warm sunlight. He promised she could do anything, urging her gently to trust the hand that raised her. Smiling at his words, the girl heard her name ring out. He called it, his voice bright with joy. Regina spoke gently, a hint of destiny in her tone, that soon it would be her turn to guide a student. Cheers erupted, her name echoing from every corner, stirring a flush of surprise across her cheeks, yet her heart held back, for only meeting Rosetta face to face would shape her final choice. Will smiled, offering to drive her home that very moment, but she was still caught up in class. Regina, glancing at her notes, admitted she needed to prepare too, and preferred tomorrow, while Milka's eyebrows shot up in real surprise. Regina drifted down the corridor, mind awash with thoughts of Rosetta and the electric tingle of an awaited meeting, when Tina's hurried footsteps echoed behind, her voice calling out, eager to know if lessons were done and training could begin. Rosetta apologized to Tina, her voice gentle as she explained today's important plans. Regret lingered in her smile as she said she couldn't join the training, and the girls waved cheerfully, laughter floating in the air as they parted. Rosetta wondered if she tried even harder, Would she only become more of a burden? The thought lingered like a whisper in the quiet night air. 4 boys lingered outside the principal's office. Rosetta fidgeted, nerves fluttering in her stomach, while Artie whispered she'd get used to this, but Will shot Whitey a glare for acting bold the moment he left his room. Artie paused at the doorway and announced that the director herself had summoned them. Apologizing for the wait, she beckoned them into her office as the door swung open with a cheerful, ringing sound. At her desk, Zenobia smiled warmly, happiness sparkling in her eyes as she welcomed everyone. The sweet scent of tea lingered in the air, and Rosetta, taken aback, realized Zenobia was even glad to see her. Turning, Zenobia told someone softly they could come in now. A wicked, booming laugh filled the air, unsettling every girl. Someone declared they would slay the disaster monster, and amidst whispers of gratitude, Heyoshiko, seated among the council of sages, thanked them herself. Regina Ideru's heroine Gracia appeared before them, a young woman in shining armor, gripping an axe so fierce that Tina and Rosetta shivered, fear prickling their skin like cold rain. Determined to accept her new title, as long as it meant feeding her own destruction, she wondered if they had any plans for Heyoshiko, her curiosity sharp like perfume in the tense air. With a graceful bow, Tina expressed joy at the meeting and introduced herself, every move flawless, etiquette woven into her bones, as expected from an emperor's daughter. Regina's eyes narrowed so sharply that even her mask couldn't hide it. With a soft sigh, she shared that Tina was Dion's student and promised to give everything for her sake, but instead of guidance, she heard only gentle words of gratitude floating in the quiet air. Armored boots scraped on stone as the girl blinked in disbelief. Rosetta stood before her, and fear twisted with excitement, yet her voice broke through, trembling with joy at their reunion. In the knight's eyes, a cold steel glint flashed, sending shivers of fear through the girl. They would step between Rosetta and Regina, hoping to quiet the crackling sparks of their quarrel. In Will's mind, a smile tugged at his lips. He could almost hear Regina laughing too, as Herma's voice twisted and danced through new tones, making the whole scene wildly funny for them both. A sidelong glance at Artie revealed her mask. Only her calm betrayed the storm within. Her eyes clung to the distant haze, refusing his gaze, while tension snapped like static in the air between them. Regina called her behavior rude, but then mentioned how Sophia had actually offered to make Rosetta her apprentice. The girl trembled, heart racing, unable to believe what she'd heard. An honor to teach such a gifted girl, no doubt. Yet Rosetta lifted her hands in protest and shielding, the knight's praise clashing sharply with the storm of doubt swirling in her own mind. Night shivered under her gaze, even through the slits of her mask. Rosetta caught the scent of confusion in the air, knowing Regina was wrong. Someone like her could never be chosen as that teacher's student, and Night seemed lost too. She never turned her student into a weapon. Suddenly, the robot spoke with calm warmth, joking that he wasn't nearly as terrifying as the teachers once warned, and now she couldn't grasp why she had ever refused him. The reason for the student's lost fire finally dawned, quiet as dawn mist. Regina urged calm and reflection, while Rosetta turned into the velvet night, voices echoing behind her like distant thunder. Tina caught the scent of perfume mingled with coffee. 2 more people lingered in the room, while Zenobia quietly admitted that Rosetta's calm strength sent a pleasant shiver through her, leaving the whole office stunned by the director's words. The scent of warm pastries drifted as Zenobia turned to Will, recalling talk of tea and treats. Belyash and the van rumbled in, animals greeting the director, and teacups soon clinked on the table. Rosetta's mind whirled. Why had the director chosen her? Did she truly dare to face the disaster beast as a hero? Wrapped in hesitation, she answered softly that she didn't know. Some grew stronger, others faded away. Helplessness clung to her like a chill mist. Everyone else grew stronger, while she stood still. Yet Zenobius, smiling gently, suggested that Regina's disciple was luckier than she believed, for her conditions were the best of all. Rosetta suggested the hero's disciple might carry within two warring gods, and Zenobia coolly replied that her power blooms without their blessings. Soon, weaving through clamor and sulfur, they would escape with a demon family. Rosetta nodded. One secret weighed on her heart. She never confessed it to me. Just imagining herself as a witness made her hands tremble and her breath grow cold with fear. Rosetta bloomed into a remarkable student. Her strength and talent sent ripples through the room, drawing gasps of awe and envy alike, as whispers fluttered behind her like the soft rustle of turning pages. At Zenobia's feet, Villa's animals curled up, purring and snuffling, their warmth rising into the quiet air as Regina, heart fluttering, waited for the perfect moment to ask Rosetta to be her pupil. The director promised she'd soon uncover every detail. Truth be told, even if her talent wasn't rare, she'd outdone herself in that test. Will remembered how often the director mentioned Rosetta's stumbles in rehearsals. With a gentle laugh, the director insisted she had no flaws. The world could be certain of it. She only needed to pause, let ideas swirl and settle, before deciding, and Rosetta gladly agreed, a light dancing in her eyes. Suddenly, Belyashik sprang up and dashed like a gust of wind toward the director's beloved's chambers, where heated voices called him a greedy little goat boy. Meanwhile, two tiny girls slept peacefully in Will's room, while the boy's chatter bubbled through the night. Tina said how wonderful it would be to become a student. She'd already agreed, her eyes bright, while all around Rosetta's face, a gentle sadness lingered, making us wonder what quiet worry shadowed her thoughts. Sweet words lingered in her mind like a melody, yet doubt crept in. If Will's talent set the bar, would hard work ever be enough? Lost in restless thoughts, she finally heeded Will's advice. Talk to the other students. The scent of old regrets filled Rosetta's chest as she remembered Tina once murmured she'd never become an apprentice. And now Rosetta stood in her shoes, heart aching with guilt's heavy hand. Zenobius noted with a gentle chuckle that they arrived a bit early today, and if they hoped to meet Dion's student, they should head out for their run right away. But in truth, Dion was already inside, planning the training session. Lost in swirling thoughts, Rosetta barely noticed Artie's presence, her mind tangled in questions. Why was he here now? The air felt strange, as though something didn't quite belong. First, her father shielded her, with the teacher's gentle voice close by, but he vanished when she turned 3, and by 5, the teacher's warm hands became her shelter, leaving Rosetta stunned by Artie's revelation. She said she had been sharpening her sword skills ever since. At first, she simply loved the clang and flow of practice, but soon she began to learn from Zenobia, remembering when winning a divine blade demanded sacrifice and relentless effort. Will promised, through the rumble of distant thunder, that even if a monster shattered everything around them, he'd defeat it, and with Rosetta at his side, no beast would stand in their way. With steady resolve, the young man declared their dream would come true. Rosetta sighed, sadness wafting around her, but accepted it. Then, out of nowhere, he announced they'd return tonight, leaving Rosetta stunned. With a hint of sadness, Rosetta wondered if she had been helpful. Gently came the reply that sadly, she was mistaken. Her part was never mentioned in the plan, not even as a whisper. Noticing how students stepped in, only to turn away instantly, Vil sensed it was time for her to ask for help. She and Tina weren't ready for fierce or dangerous enemies just yet. Rosetta caught Will's words about foes of terrifying strength. Each enemy they faced was more powerful than even she or Tina could ever hope to be. Whispers of the devil and darkness haunted her mind. She lied when she claimed death did not scare her, for fear clung to everyone, and Rosetta's confidence ebbed away as she measured herself against the others during training. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as the truth struck. She'd let them down. Tina gently stroked her friend's back, her touch warm and calming, while Rosetta stammered apologies, and Will, stunned, saw her sorrow for the first time. Kindness, truth be told, often pulls people into a whirl of troubles, lives overturned, burdens heavy as mountains pressed on their chests. Even now, he pleaded with Rosetta, desperate for her to simply hear him out. Sunlight flickered as the youth murmured, "The most important thing is not to lose hope," his words slicing through the air and leaving the girl stunned. She shot Will a sharp rebuke and, with a shiver, turned away, but he knew it had to be said. A quiet belief always lingered. Her talent was undeniable, yet her true power slept within. Rosetta's fear of missteps clung like cold mist, but when monsters rose, he'd make sure she was ready. At the very start of her journey, Rosetta glowed with a strength that stirred the air. He watched her, voice quiet but firm. "You were born to be an exceptional student. If Zenobia senses the gap in her student's strength, she will demand equal trials for all." Rosetta, lost in the scent of chalk and sweat, could not fathom how this balance slipped away. The director insisted Regina face every test. Her palms sweated, heart thudded, but she pushed through and triumphed, though out of 10,000 questions, one small mistake lingered. When Regina succeeds, her hunger for power flares even brighter. Rossetti just needs to trust in her own potential, yet a faint twitch flickers in the girl's ears, betraying her tension. With unwavering confidence, she declared she could ace the test Regina had passed. The boys, awed by her spirit, promised their support, and in thanks, she offered them a warm, grateful smile that glowed like morning light. Tina laughed that fun grows brighter in good company. Rosetta tried to hush her, but Will cut in, teasing that if Tina was right, she could handle it alone. Artie nodded, a knowing grin dancing on his lips. At last, a knight stepped before her, armor clinking, eyes sharp with challenge. Rosetta drew in a steady breath, her voice clear and strong, declaring she was ready and urging him to begin the trial. Knight felt sure she had planned every detail, yet behind her, Will flashed a playful grin and teased, "You didn't expect us to show up, did you?" Beneath the mask, Regina glanced at Will, questioning if his frail health would endure, and in his mind, her whisper echoed, "You might try a bit more patience." "Today I'll make sure your teacup is always full," Artie whispered to Zenobia with a warm smile. Zenobia thanked her, while Madame Director, already seated at the table, hoped Regina's mischief would go unnoticed. Knight mused that fear had crept into his heart, but he retorted, recalling how once someone's naivety let Regina shatter even the mighty sword of Zenobia. In the silence, she pressed the air with a single warning. She would explain the trial's secret only once, her words drifting like a hush through the darkness. Her task sounded simple: reach the heart of the dungeon's shadows and prove her every skill. Yet only now did she feel the hush of traveling alone, the truth sinking in with each step. Protecting Pat meant walking this path herself. The moment the teacher gives permission, she will dart into the dungeon, heart thumping, unsure of her next move. She's never dared the depths before, but this time, risk shivers in the air around her. Lessons hummed to life, but she longed for a quiet morning tomorrow. Will urged her toward the dungeon, giving her a task, and Regina waited, heartbeat steady, for his next gentle word. He insisted on taking care of his little sister until exams were over, but the girl gently reminded him there was still time. Zenobia rose briskly, declaring the children had been cooped up too long and should visit before leaving. With time on their side, they could finally prepare, and Tina would join their journey. Soraya sensed her brother's distractions and knew he would soon confirm it himself. Promising to return in 2 days, he left as Rosetta apologized to Rosa. The little girls glanced at each other, gentle smiles blooming, and soothed her fears, whispering they had important plans ahead. Will noticed she already thought like an adult. She just smiled and whispered, "Everything's under control." Together with Surya, they believed their brother's fate would turn out for the best, and that faith left him amazed. So now, Surya would watch over Rose. Renren longed to stay with Will, and his face lit up when Will nodded eagerly. The teacher added that this dog warmed every child's heart, truly helping them, and Will quickly praised him with glowing words. Surya sensed her teacher's spirit lighten, laughter like chiming bells in the air, though her words remained a riddle. After a brief exchange, they parted with gentle smiles lingering. Rosetta asked me to wait for Will. Someone unfamiliar lingered nearby. Zenobia glanced at Rosetta, and after a pause remarked that since she'd come, they had prepared something, making Rosetta scowl with silent displeasure. The table overflowed with odd objects, their purpose lost on Rosetta, their sharp scents and clatter filling the air, while Zenobia said they'd be vital for exploring the depths, and the journey ahead would be long. Few shops lined the street, so the air tasted of choices and restraint. Tina and Rosetta weighed each purchase, careful and quiet in the hush of limited options. Tina announced with a breath of relief that her selection was done, while Rosetta, her fingers drumming impatiently, asked for a moment more. Zenovia's calm voice promised there was still time to spare. She hesitated, torn between taking the glowing torches or the spare bow with arrows, and asked for a moment more. By now we were so close that the dungeon's air tasted of ash and whispered of dragons lurking within. A man approached Zenobia, promising his help whenever she needed it. She smiled and replied, "Those helping hands are always close." Will stood, spellbound by the building's beauty, while couples formed. Tina with Rosetta, Artie with Will. As the boy caught the dragon's eye and imagined soaring through the clouds on its back, the dragon gave no sign of refusal. Gratitude bubbled in the boy's chest. Already astride the giant beast, he reached out to Artie, who muttered that the sight was hideous. Warmth spread as she slid behind Will, her arms gently wrapping around him. A faint blush bloomed on her cheeks, soft as sunrise, while their breaths mingled in the stillness. He was about to speak, but quickly begged them to forget everything. Years ago, the principal had given her pony rides during childhood games. Will burst into laughter, the image so vivid and silly it almost echoed in the room. A sudden fierce wind lashed the girl's face, making her grip tighter, as high above, two mighty dragons soared away, their wings thundering and fading into the blue.